Hare Krishna. So, we'll have a short lecture from Srila Prabhupada 42 years ago. 42 years ago today, Prabhupada came here to Sri Vrindavan Dham to finish his pastimes here, giving us the instructions and orders to continue spreading this Sankirtan movement. We should sit down. We'll be listening to Srila Prabhupada's lecture. There are seating for Prabhupada disciples, senior devotees. So we appreciate everyone's cooperation. We'll have a short bhajan glorifying the exalted Vaishnava. So today is a day for Prabhupada. So everyone can speak, but it's not a Bhagavatam class. Hare Krishna. So please stay focused on Srila Prabhupada. Keep it brief. There are many Vaishnavas, devotees who would like to offer their glorification of Srila Prabhupada. So we'll have class now from Srila Prabhupada. You'll have more chance later to offer your flowers.
Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 8th Chapter, Text number 31. Given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Prabhupada. Recorded on April 23rd, 1973, in Los Angeles.
Translation. My dear Krishna, Yashoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflooded with tears, which washed the mascara from your eyes. And you were afraid, though fear personified is afraid of you. This sight is bewildering to me.
This is also another opulence of Krishna. Krishna is full with 6 kinds of opulences. But this opulence is beauty opulence. Krishna has got 6 opulences, all riches, all strength, all influence, all knowledge, all beauty, all renunciation. So, this is the opulence of Krishna's beauty. Krishna wants everyone, just like we are offering obeisances to Krishna with awe and veneration. But nobody comes here to Krishna with a rope. Krishna, you have offended, I shall bind you. Nobody comes. That is another prerogative of the most perfect devotee. Yeah. Krishna wants that. Because he is full of opulence. This is also another opulence. Anuraniyan mahato mahiyan. Greater than the greatest and the smaller than the smallest. That is opulence. So, Kunti Devi is thinking of Krishna's opulence, but he did not dare to take the part of Jasoda. That is not possible. Although Kunti Devi happened to be aunt of Krishna, but she had no such privilege. This privilege is specially given to Jasodamaya. Because she is so advanced devotee that she has got the right to chastise the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is special prerogative. So, Kunti Devi was simply thinking of the privilege of Jasodamani, that how much fortunate and how much privileged she was that she could threaten the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is feared even by the fear personified, Bhirapi Jad Viveti, who is not afraid of Krishna, everyone. But Krishna is afraid of Jasoda. This is the super excellence of Krishna. Just like Krishna's another name is Madan Mohan. Madan means Cupid. Cupid enchants everyone. Cupid. And Krishna enchants Cupid. Therefore his name is Madan Mohan. He is so beautiful that even Cupid is enchanted by him. But again, on the other side, Krishna, although he is so beautiful that he enchants the Cupid, still he is enchanted by Srimati Radharani. Therefore, Srimati Radharani's name is Madan Mohan Mohini. Krishna is the enchanter of the Cupid, and Radharani is the enchanter of that enchanter. So these are very high-grade spiritual understanding in Krishna consciousness. It is not fiction or imagination, concoction, they are facts. They are facts. And every devotee can have such privileges if he is actually advanced. If you don't think that their privilege which was given to Mother Jasoda, if not exactly like that, everyone can have that privilege. If you love Krishna as your child, then you will have such privilege. Because the mother has got, because mother loves the most. Nobody in this material world, there is no comparison of mother's love without any exchange. Even in this material world, mothers love the child without any expectation of return. Generally. Although in this material world is so polluted, still sometimes mother thinks the child will be grown up, he will be a big man, he will earn money, and I shall get it. There is still some feelings of exchange. But while loving Krishna, there is no such feeling of exchange. That is called unallied love. Annavilasita sunnam. Free from all material gain. We should not love Krishna for some material gain. It is not that Krishna give us our daily bread, then I love you. Krishna give me this, then I love you. There is no such mercantile exchange. That is wanted. Krishna wants that kind of love. So, here it is said, that position, jati dasha, when as soon as Krishna saw Mother Jasoda is coming with a rope to bind him, so he immediately became very much afraid, so that tears came out. Mother is coming to bind. Jati dasas kulila. Anjana, and the ointment is being washed off. And sambhrama, and with great respect looking to the mother, with feeling appeal, yes, mother, I have offended you, kindly excuse me. This was the scene of Krishna. So that scene is appreciated by Kunti. And immediately his head became downward. So this is another Krishna's perfection, that although he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Bhagavad-Gita he says, Matta Parataram Nanyat Kinchid Asti Dhananjaya. My dear Arjun, there is no superior being above me. I am the supermost. Natya, Matya Parataram Na Anyat. There is nobody else. That Supreme Personality of Godhead, above whom there is none. That Supreme Personality of Godhead is bowing down before Mother Jasoda. Niniyam, Bhaktram Niniyam. He is accepting, my dear mother, yes, I am offender. Niniyam Bhaktram Bhaya Bhavanaya, with a feeling of fearfulness. Thitasya. Sometimes when Jasoda Mother Jasoda used to see that the child has become too much afraid, she also became disturbed. Because if the child is disturbed, it is a psychology, there is some mental reaction. So Mother Jasoda did not want that actually Krishna will suffer by my punishment. That was not Krishna, Mother Jasoda's purpose. But as a mother, feelingly, when she feels too much disturbance, the child is, this system is still current in India, when the child too much disturbing, he is bound up in a place. That is very common system. So Jasoda Mata adopted it. Shaman vimohayati. So that is the scene appreciated by pure devotees, that how much greatness is there in the Supreme Person, that he is playing exactly a perfect child. When he is playing like a child, he plays perfectly. When he plays a husband, 16,000 wives, he was playing perfectly as husband. When he was playing as lover of the gopis, he was playing perfectly. When he was friend of the coward's boy, he was playing perfectly. The coward's boy, all depend on Krishna. They wanted to taste the palm tree fruits, but there was a demon, Gardavasu. They would not allow anyone to enter that palm tree. But the boy friends of Krishna cowherds, they requested, Krishna, we wanted to taste that fruit. If you can arrange. Yes. Immediately Krishna arranged. Krishna and Balaram went to the forest, and the demons, they were living there in the shape of asses, and immediately they came to kick by their hind legs Krishna and Balaram. And Balaram captured one of them and immediately threw on the top of the tree, and the demons died. So the friends also were very much obliged to Krishna. There was fire all round. They do not know anything. Krishna, yes, Krishna is ready. Krishna immediately swallowed up the whole fire. There are so many demons attacked. Every day all the boys they would come back to their home and explain to their mother, Mother, Krishna is so wonderful. You see, this happened today. And the mother will say, yes, our Krishna is wonderful. So on, that's all. They do not know Krishna is God. Krishna is the Supreme Person. Krishna is wonderful, that's all. And their love increases. The more they perceive Krishna's wonderful activities, they become more lover. Perhaps he may be a demigod. Yeah. That is their suggestion. When Nanda Maharaj will talk amongst his friends and the friends will talk about Krishna, oh, Nanda Maharaj, your child, Krishna is wonderful. Yes, I see that. Maybe some demigod. That's all. Maybe, that is also not certain. So, the inhabitants of Vrindavan, they do not care who is God, who is not God. That is not their business. But they want Krishna and love Krishna, that's all. So, those who are thinking of first of all analyzing Krishna, whether he is God, they are not first class devotees. Those who have got spontaneous love for Krishna, they are first class. How will analyze Krishna? He is unlimited. It is impossible. So this business we should not try to analyze, to know Krishna. It is impossible. We have got limited perception, limited potency of our senses. How we can study Krishna? This is not possible at all. Whatever Krishna reveals himself, that much sufficient. Don't try. That is not. Neti, neti, just like the Mayavadis. They are trying to find out God. Where is God? Who is God? Neti, not this. They are simply not this. Their philosophy is based on not this. And what it is, they do not. The so-called scientists also, they are trying to find out the ultimate cause, but their process is not this. So much. As much they are advancing, they are finding not this. And what it is, they will never find. They will never find. They can say not this, but what it is, that is not possible. That is not possible. Panthastu koti shatavassa sampragamya vayurathapi manasu munipungavana swapastija prapadasina avichintatati govindamadi purusham tamam. You want to speak of Krishna, even this material object. They are trying to go to the moon planet. Actually, they do not know what it is. Actually. Then why they are coming back? If they knew it perfectly what it is, then they would have resided there by this time. They are trying for the last 20 years. Simply they are seeing not this. There is no living entities. There is no possibility of our living there. And so many no's. And what is? Yes, no, they do not know. And this is only one planet or one star. The moon planet is taken as star. The scientists, they say the stars are all suns. But according to our information, the Bhagavad-Gita, Nakshatranam Jatha Shashi. Shashi means the moon is just like so many stars. So what is the position of the moon? Moon is a bright being reflection of the sun. So according to our calculation, the sun is one. but the modern scientist says that there are so many suns, the stars. We don't agree. This is only one universe. There are many suns, innumerable, but each and every sun, every universe, there is one sun, not many. So, this universe, what we are experiencing by seeing imperfectly, we do not know, we cannot count how many stars are there, how many planets are there. It is impossible. So, the material things which is before us, still we are unable to count, to understand, and what to speak of the Supreme Lord who created this universe. That is not possible. Therefore, in the Brahma Samhita it is said, Panthastu koti satavatsa sampragamma. Koti satavatsa. The space is unlimited. Now, you take your plane or Sputnik, or capsule, so many things they have invented. So you go up. Now go on for how many hours or days or years? No. Panthastu koti satavastra. For millions of years. Koti satavastra. Go on with your speed. Panthastu koti satavastra sampragamya. And how I shall go? Now, on the plane which is running on this velocity of the air, not this velocity, not this speed, 500 miles or 1000 miles per hour, no. What is the speed of air? 96 miles per second. These are mentioned in the Vedic literature that if you go by this speed, air, some 96,000 miles per second, so just imagine what is the speed of air. So panthastu koti satavasya sampragamma vayurathapi. On the plane which is running on the speed of air. That speed and for millions of years. Then again it is suggested not only on the speed of air but also on the speed of mind. The mind, everyone will know what is the speed of mind. Even 1/10,000th part of a second you can go millions of miles. The speed of mind. It is so speedy. You are sitting here and suppose you have seen something which is millions of miles here, miles away, you can immediately, your mind can go immediately. So these two examples are given. Just see how much scientific they were. This rascal says that there was no advanced mind or advanced scientist. And where from these words are coming? The speed of air, the speed of mind, unless they had some experiment, some knowledge. Why? How these books are written? So, panthastu koti satavasya sampragamya vayurathapi manasu. And how the speedy planes are manufactured. Muni Vrindavan, by the greatest scientists and greatest thoughtful men, manufactured by them. So is that perfection? No. Sapastija parvadasim na avichintatati. Still you shall remain in inconceivable understanding what is this creation. Still, if you are so advanced that you can run on this speed, and if you are greatest scientist and thoughtful philosopher, Still you remain in the same condition, unknown. Still. So how you can study Krishna? And Krishna has created all these things. See, if you cannot understand Krishna's created things, how you can understand Krishna? Is it not possible at all? It is not possible. Therefore, this Vrindavan status of mind for the devotees is the perfection. They have no business to understand Krishna. They want to love Krishna without condition. Because Krishna is God, therefore I love. Their mentality is not like that. Krishna is not displaying in Vrindavan as God. He is playing there as ordinary cowherd boy. But at times he is proving that he is the Supreme Personality of God. But they do not care to know it. So outside Vrindavan, just like Kunti Devi. Kunti Devi is not inhabitant of Vrindavan. She is inhabitant of Hastinapur, outside Vrindavan. The outside devotees, the devotees who are outside Vrindavan, they are studying the inhabitants of the Vrindavan, how great they are. But the inhabitants of Vrindavan, they don't care to know how great is Krishna. That is the difference. So our business is simply to love Krishna. The more you love Krishna, the more you become perfect. It is not that it is necessary to understand Krishna, how he has created. The things are mentioned there. Krishna is explaining himself in the Bhagavad-Gita. So much. Don't bother very much to know Krishna. That is not possible. Simply increase your unalloyed love for Krishna. That is perfection of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So we'll start the glorifications of Srila Prabhupada. I asked Srila Kirti Prabhu, who was personally with Prabhupada here for many years and traveling around the world, that he can be the servant of ceremonies or master of ceremonies. He prefers servant of ceremonies. So we just request all the devotees stay focused on Srila Prabhupada, be considerate of other devotees who may also want to speak. And thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I would like to welcome all of you for coming here today for this very most auspicious occasion, Srila Prabhupada's 42nd commemoration of his leaving here. And of course to be here in Vrindavan is very special. In traveling with Prabhupada, I saw there was one temple that Prabhupada supervised so many aspects of, and that was here in Vrindavan. So we have approximately 4 hours of time and about 100 disciples of Srila Prabhupada here, men and women. So if you know mathematics, you all have about 3 minutes. So as Panchagoda Prabhu said, please be conscious. We want to get as many people to speak as possible. Ladies, Mahadevi is there. Please see her if you want to speak so we can set it up. It would be nice if the speakers, second, third speakers were already up here so we can save every precious minute so you get to hear about the glories of Srila Prabhupada. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj has requested that Subhag Swami, he will start offering glorifications of Srila Prabhupada. So Maharaj, where is Subhag Maharaj? So please all welcome Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Time is very much limited. I heard somebody said, Maharaj, finish it 2-3 minutes. Simply if I chant Prabhupada's mantra, most of it will go away, I think. So forgive me. Another said, why? Take 5-7 minutes. So please shower mercy on me. You are all good devotees, following Prabhupada. I am also trying. So we just had now, before I prepare, had the great Acharya, what he says, just the song he had. So this is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is called Moni, means cast jewel of all the good qualities, because he is God. But he is acting as a devotee. Just like Radharani Aswaya Tattva. Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead. Radharani is not defined from Krishna, but still Krishna is Vishaya Tattva and Radharani is Aswaya Tattva. You cannot go to Krishna without taking shelter of Aswaya. And his embodiment of Aswaya Tattva is to us, is Prabhupada, coming in disciplic succession. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came as Krishna when he said surrender completely, and we find not so many want to surrender exclusively to Krishna. So Krishna again came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaching us how to serve Krishna in the highest quality of devotional service, and that is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is teaching us. That is, he taught the Goswamis, and Prabhupada said, you should follow the footprints of the Goswami. And how to follow? Depending on time, place, circumstances, Prabhupada is teaching us. Go through Pidi Bhakti, then come to spontaneous devotional service. Here is one of our Acharya singing. That is, feeling separation from Krishna, then they serve him. So Prabhupada asked us, develop this feeling of separation, especially in devotees, those who are sometimes in the movement at least long time, and they understand to go down to earth in a bit practical. We know how many devotees are still there from Prabhupada's followers. Out of 10,000, if I see, look back from 1970, maybe I heard very small percentage. Many, of course, disappeared. But Vaishnava never disappeared. Here we are learning this song, very nicely saying, they never disappear. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has a saying, Vaishnava dies to live forever. How? This is Achinta. This is Tattva. Tattva means truth. To common people, he has gone. To a devotee, he is Tattva-vid, who sees everything through the scripture, through the Acharya's comments, and thus he sees Krishna, perceive Krishna, and feel Krishna, and realize Krishna. Bhakta mamo vijanti javan jastasmi tattva, that is Prabhupada said. Everything is tad-vidhi puripatena puriposnena seva. Upadaksanti te jnanam jnanam tattva-doshi. The Prabhupada is tattva-doshi, top philosopher, devotee Jiva Goswami is tattva-doshi. So we have to become tattva-doshi to see Krishna and enter into his Nitya Lila. That is Prabhupada is showing us through his book and asking us again and again read and telling us this thing. Develop feeling. Here is the song. How can we say more than that? So we are repeating and explaining it. We are feeling, we have to develop this feeling of separation. Just like Prabhupada gone, Prabhupada is again saying again and again, I will live forever as long as you go on preaching. It's a preaching movement. What you taught you, just live with something you require for your body, some necessity, some place to live, some clothing to cover, some food to maintain your body. Rest of the time, do your bhajan. As I gave you, do not change it. When you have to pay, you have to pay a price which would be too much price to pay. It will be too much. So here is Prabhupada's warning. So naturally, we have to fulfill the desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, those with Krishna consciousness. But Prabhupada also gave importance. Boil the milk, in other words, maintain quality, standard, beauty. This is a movement for building character. Very, very, very difficult. But if you follow Prabhupada's instruction, maybe not that difficult as you are saying. Take it seriously and sincerely. So we are trying our best. Still there is good chance and good symptoms. These days, preaching is flourishing like anything, especially in the student field. People are highly praised. You go to colleges, to university and teach to them. You find, without even the help of Prabhupada's, the student preaching especially, with scientists, and we have got some conflict. I don't implicate me with this. I am helpless. Some are here, who are here. So, I think everywhere is good. I find this thing in Indonesia, in Muslim countries. There will not be that much as in India. I find hundreds or sometimes thousands coming nowadays. It's a good sign. What Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, it's called Sattva Sankalpa. Whatever God desires, whatever pure desires, Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, Prabhupada said, that I am seeing everywhere in the world that temples are coming. No, we cannot see. Now we are seeing what Prabhupada said. So exactly like that, what he said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Bhaktivinoda Thakur desired, definitely that will happen, happening. One is qualified, he is doing. So present generation also doing very good. So I am very optimistic about our future, about movement. Thank you very much. All this credit goes to Prabhupada, and who follows Prabhupada, credit to him. All glories to the Prabhupada ki. Thank you very much. Please forgive my offense.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Next, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, he asked to speak a little bit later, so about number 5 or so we'll hear from him. Next we're going to hear from Radhanath Maharaj. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with Maharaj. I had the good fortune of meeting him in New Vrindavan. He was up at the top farm in Vrindavan, and I was in Bahulaban. We cooked chapatis together at the festival in 1972. Maharaj, of course, went on to other things, and I also went on with Srila Prabhupada. I first met him personally in May of 72, before I was his servant. And most of the time, I was on the morning walk, but I got to be in the garden with Srila Prabhupada every afternoon. And very quickly, you learn very many things. I mentioned the other day in class how he had said, Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. It was just like class you heard this morning from Srila Prabhupada, saying Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And I was new, just 1 year I had been in the temple. So, of course, everything was so exciting. And then to be with Prabhupada. And then he looked right at me and he said, we don't care if he's God. We just love him. We just love Krishna. So in 1 minute he said, we're so proud to be servant of the Supreme Personality. And in the very next sentence he said, we don't care if he's God. We just love this boy Krishna. Then he looked at me and he said, I like the cowherd boys very much. So this is our present, not just our future. You're all here in Vrindavan by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. He brought us to this place, his home. He's here. Prabhupada told me once, I went to Mangal Artik 1 day as Prabhupada's servant, 2.5 years. 1 day I went to Mangal Artik, and halfway through Prajumna tapped me on the shoulder. I knew already I was in trouble. I went up. He never called me that time of the morning, never. But because I wasn't there, he rang the bell. You're going to hear this bell after 3 minutes, this bell ringing. So he rang the bell. So I'm in the room offering obeisances, and he's already yelling at me. Where have you been? I've been ringing this bell for hours. I was at Mongol Artik, Prabhupada. You have no business going to Mongol Artik. He said, your service is you sit in your room all day, 24 hours a day. That was my service then. It's my service now. I have to come to Vrindavan and see Prabhupada in his room here. Right. So I'll stop here. Please sit, listen attentively to Maharaj. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
During Srila Prabhupada's closing pastimes in this physical world, while lying on his bed at Krishna Balaram Temple, he was translating and dictating purports for Srimad Bhagavatam. One of his last purports reads, "There is a place in Vrindavan where there was no temple, but a devotee desired, let there be a temple and seva, devotional service. Therefore, now that empty place has become a place of pilgrimage. Such are the desires of a devotee." At Radha Damodar, Srila Prabhupada rented a very small room. He desired that the Srimad Bhagavatam, with the conclusions of all the acharyas, be read by people in all languages all over the world. Just see the desire of a devotee. Hundreds and millions of Srila Prabhupada's books in every major language have been published and distributed. When Srila Prabhupada went to New York City in 1965, he was alone, without a home, without any means, without anybody to help him. But he desired temples all over the world. And by that desire, now there are hundreds and hundreds of temples of Sri Sri Radha Krishna, and thousands and tens and thousands of temples in people's homes on every continent on earth. When Srila Prabhupada was in his last days here in Vrindavan in 1977, he desired that pure devotional service, Krishna consciousness, as it has been taught by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and as it is eternally being enacted in Sri Vrindavan Dham, that this devotional service transform hearts of people all over the world. By the power of that desire, tens and millions of people are being transformed. Hundreds and thousands, millions of devotees. We are all dependent on Srila Prabhupada's desire, because his desire is Krishna's desire. And that desire is the pure, unalloyed compassion for all living beings that was embodied by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Today, on Srila Prabhupada's disappearance celebration in Sri Vrindavan Dham, let us pray with all of our hearts and souls that we can reciprocate with Srila Prabhupada's desire to be an instrument of his mercy to each other and to the world. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. We're going to have one of the ladies now speak. Again, Devi Shakti, Devi Dasi. So she's, of course, been here in Vrindavan since Srila Prabhupada came here and saw this temple construction going on. And so please listen attentively all. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Who was here at Mangal Artik this morning listening to Srila Prabhupada chanting Viva Vari Sesha? That was just amazing. Hearing Prabhupada chanting this morning was so wonderful, here in Vrindavan. And the Mridanga solo in the middle. I used to sit with Prabhupada for many of these recordings that he did. And if you listen this morning, Prabhupada would be sitting down, playing harmonium and chanting. And there'd be one devotee perhaps playing cartels, but that was all. Then Prabhupada would hear the recording. You'll see him sometimes with the headphones on. Then he would play the mridanga solo. So listen to that kirtan. You hear Prabhupada playing the mridanga so nicely as he's chanting. So anyway, these are the opportunities he gave us. He saw to it that we had him, to hear from him in so many ways. He told me once, when I told him his bhajans, his chanting, I said, you don't chant. Silly statement to make. I said, Prabhupada, your chanting is not like anyone else's. He just looked at me. He said, yes, I have my own style. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutle Shrimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tharine. So Srila Prabhupada's pranati mantra that we've all been chanting so many times every day, Prabhupada gave an explanation of that. Namaste Saraswati Deve. He said that we're all a part of the family of Saraswati Goswami, and therefore we're called Saraswatas. And in his pranam mantra, he gave the Saraswati Deve, because we're all part of his family. Then, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharine. So, the members of this family, they're preaching Gauravani, the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And specifically, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati gave Prabhupada the mission of Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. So Prabhupada said that this Nirvishesha means that the people are thinking that everything is zero. And zero means out of disgust. They're saying everything is zero. But even everything is zero, still they're writing volumes and volumes of books. He says, why, if everything's zero, don't bother? But this undeveloped state, he compared to a young girl who's not yet married. And when she's in contact with Purush, then she can develop and have many children. So this is Nirvishesh. And then Sunyavadi, says Sunyavadi, they believe that there is no God, and if there does happen to be something supreme, he has no head, he has no tail. So these false understandings, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he asked Prabhupada to specifically smash in the Paschatya Desha Tarine. That's the Western countries. One time, Sri Jayapataka Swami, he asked Prabhupada that, why don't we say Vishvatarine? because you're not only preaching and being successful in the Western countries, but now the whole world, wherever you go, you've been successful in preaching Gauravani. And Prabhupada laughed and he said, I say Paschatya Deshatarine because that's the order that my spiritual master gave me. So I'd like to please put your hands up. How many of you live here in India? Lots of devotees. And how many of you live abroad? Not so many. So each one of us, we can contemplate, what are we doing as a part of Srila Prabhupada's family to help him with his specific mission for Paschatya Deshatarine. Now those of us who live in India, we have to contemplate on this. I meditate on it every day, that what am I doing here? I'm not helping Prabhupada sitting in Vrindavan. But then Prabhupada gave inspiration that just like the sun, because Krishna Surya Sama, he's just like the sun, Krishna. And Prabhupada's like the moon, and all of his devotees are like the stars and the planets, reflecting that brilliance of the sun, of Sri Krishna. So Srila Prabhupada, the sun, the way it gets its energy is, at the core, there's fusion. Just like when we do the Damodarastakam prayers at night, and we're all pressed together, and there's so much heat and pressure, that's fusion. And then you'll see all the devotees are exploding out of the temple, and they're exploding. Where are they exploding to? Eventually they'll go to their places of preaching. So this fusion of energy, while they're exploding out, more devotees are coming in. So what we need to do is we need to capture that energy of Sri Krishna. And if we're here in Vrindavan or anywhere in India, we now see that because of all the massive preaching all over the world, the foreigners are coming to India. Specifically, they're coming to Vrindavan. And therefore, we can capture them here and infuse them with Prabhupada's books. And they themselves will go out and do the preaching for us with the instrument of Prabhupada's books. So we've started massive international book distribution here in India, because now everything has changed in India. It's open now. You can get visas easily. They encourage the tourists to come. So I request all of those devotees who are living in India, you keep some foreign books, and whenever you see a foreigner, you just encourage them. Say, oh, you've come to the land of Krishna, take a Bhagavad-Gita, take something with you home. And that one book can make so many devotees. This festival alone, 1,700 foreign books were distributed to all the devotees, and they'll take those books and distribute them all over the world. So whether we live in the West, and now even if we're living in India, we can assist Prabhupada with this Paschatya Deshatarine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Bhavananda Prabhu, who has come from Mayapur to be with us today. There's one more project Srila Prabhupada wants to see finished, of course, and that's the TOVP in Mayapur. So we're very happy that he's here to be with us. He's leaving early, so we had him come up. Also, others, if you have to catch a plane, a train, come and see myself or Dharmatma Prabhu, and we'll try to make sure you get to speak before then. Thank you.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swamini Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nibhishe Shunyavadi Paskatari Satarine. First, I'd like to thank Deva Shakti Mataji Maharani for giving us all the sauce and telling us no matter how old we are, we should always have preaching in the forefront of our minds. Thank you. I thought of a very nice story. As some of you may know, in the last months of Prabhupada's stay here in Vrindavan, I was his body servant. He called me his left hand, and Tamal Krishna was his right hand. So we were with Prabhupada pretty much 24 hours a day, like Shruti Kirti was saying. We literally were with him 24 hours a day. And one day I walked into Prabhupada's room, and a few days before he left this planet, and I was surprised that he was surrounded by these devotees. There was one devotee massaging his calf and his foot. And one devotee was sitting on the bed massaging his right thigh. And one devotee was massaging his left calf and foot. And another devotee was massaging his left thigh. And one devotee was sitting on the bed massaging his right arm. And another devotee was sitting on the floor massaging his left arm. And one devotee was standing behind the bedhead and was massaging Prabhupada's head. And I was so, what is this? Prabhupada made himself fully available to anyone who wanted and was eager to have some of that mercy of being able to touch Prabhupada. And the most wonderful part was, after some time, each of those devotees would get up and another devotee would come in. They were sharing it, sharing the mercy. And I was bewildered because, what is this? But that was the mercy and the mood of Prabhupada in those last months, especially the last month and the last few weeks, especially then. He was available and open. Anyone could come into his room, and anyone could sit there quietly in his room and chant. Prabhupada never objected. He never made any. So I was thinking on this story, very nice story, and I realized, of course, that mercy and that ability to imbibe the association of Prabhupada is with us still in the form of the Bhakti-Vedanta purports, which Prabhupada dedicated his life to. So there is no need for us to lament. Of course, I lament constantly about not having Prabhupada's association. I mean, I know that Prabhupada is there in his purports, but I'm always hankering after Prabhupada, the physical form of Prabhupada. But anyway, that's my defect. I'm not able to see how Prabhupada told us, you will always have my association in my purports. So that's all I have to say today. I'll keep it short. Please. Oh, I have one more thing to say. Otherwise, I'll get scolded by Braj Vilas. Those of us who were fortunate to be his disciples, he gave each of us instructions, both the men and the women. And his instruction to me was, build this temple at Mayapur, Temple of Vedic Planetarium. He started training me in that in 1971 at Bury Place in London. And today, we're able to see with our vision, all of us, when we visit Mayapur, how that temple is now manifesting. So that has all been due to, of course, the kind generosity of Ambarish Prabhu, and also the kind generosity of all the devotees and temple presidents and life members and community members who have opened up their hearts and their pockets to Braj Vilas and Ambarish as they travel the world fundraising. We'd like to thank you on this very, very auspicious day from the bottoms of our hearts, and we know that Prabhupada also is appreciating how much everyone has helped to complete this Temple of Vedic Planetarium. In his place of preaching, here is his home, Mayapur is his place of preaching. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada, and thank you all of the assembled devotees. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhupada Prabhu. Him and I, we go way back as well. We both fought a cobra snake in Mayapur together. It was in Srila Prabhupada's bathroom. But that's another story. Now we're going to hear from Narayani Devi Dasi, a resident here of Vrindavan and going all around the world speaking from Srimad Bhagavatam. Hare Krishna.
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-yoga Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashachadesh Tarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this day we are grateful to you because you revealed Vrindavan to us, not only here in Vrindavan but all over the world. When you first brought devotees here, you showed them Vrindavan, and Guru Das said, I think it's better to have you as a spiritual master than to be born in Vrindavan. Prabhupada said, that is a Vaishnava attitude. I remember wherever my Guru Maharaj went, Vrindavan was there also. Since the bona fide spiritual master carries the Vrindavan atmosphere with him, then it's better to be with him. But Prabhupada did not take any credit. He said, I'm simply Vrindavan's messenger. Vrindavan is revealed in the heart of the sincere devotee. In reality, it's not on any map, nor is it part of any country. So just like we were with you here in Vrindavan in 1972, even now you are with us if we desire to make that connection. Once, it was 1994, and I was searching for your association. My mind was disturbed. I was searching and praying, and I walked into the Samadhi and looked at your deity. At that time, your lecture was playing, and you said, do you think the deity is made of stone? Do you think we are such fools? We are worshiping stone? I looked at you and I said, no, Prabhupada, you're here. I know, but I wanted some more specific instructions how to carry on with your service. So I walked into your room and I saw a letter on your desk that spoke to me personally. And I think it will speak to you also. Prabhupada said, I'm very much counting on you now to carry on this mission with full responsibility. We must become so responsible for seriously practicing this art of Krishna consciousness because this world is so full of degrading elements of life, for dragging everyone down and down. And if just a few men can perfect the art, they can save the rest of all the people from the greatest dangers. So you can understand that I'm very much depending on you to become very convinced yourself of our Krishna philosophy and to take full responsibility for teaching others purely. So that was 25 years ago, and since then I've been trying to follow this specific instruction of yours. As your humble servants in Vrindavan, we cannot imitate your wonderful activities, but we can aspire to follow in your footsteps. We pray that we may become messengers of Vrindavan, to give Vrindavan to everyone we meet, and bring everyone back to his or her real home at your lotus feet in Vrindavan. Hare Krishna.
Krishna. Thank you very much, Narayani. Finally, now we're going to hear from our GBC here in Vrindavan and chairman of VED, so many things. I also met Maharaj way back when on the morning walks back in 1972 and 1973 in New York City. Maharaj, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Om Gyanti Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshirmitanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobestam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Hare Krishna. We have limited time. Srila Prabhupada was the empowered representative of the Supreme Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had predicted that the holy name of the Lord would be chanted in every town and village. And Thakur Bhaktivinoda had also predicted that Senapati will soon appear what make this possible. Prabhupada met his spiritual master in 1922 and he endeavored hard to realize his Guru's instruction. His Guru's instruction was, you're an educated young man, speak good English, take Lord Chaitanya's teachings to the Western world. Prabhupada endeavored, he was staying in Radha Damodar temple and he was regularly coming to Delhi to publish his books. He needed a facility in Delhi. Prabhupada knew one, Jyoti Sharma, who was the trustee of a Radha Krishna temple that was located in Chipivara, which is next to the famous Jama Masjid in Delhi. So Prabhupada asked Jyoti Sharma if he could have a room in his temple. Jyoti Sharma was very obliging. He gave Prabhupada a room in his temple. The temple had Radha Krishna deities. They were being worshipped since over 100 years. And that room became Prabhupada's base for preaching in Delhi. Prabhupada declared that this was his office, and residing over there, Prabhupada was translating the books. He published the E.D. Junior was apprentice from that location, and Prabhupada was printing his books, which were not, the printer wasn't very far from the temples, where the temple was located. Prabhupada had a great desire that we get that temple and establish a reading room there. So, with great efforts, and after nearly 37 years of efforts, ISKCON finally obtained that place in 2011. And tomorrow, we're inaugurating a major temple at that location in Chipivara that Prabhupada desired. As we were doing the renovation, we discovered they found Prabhupada's harmonium. They found 2 articles written by Prabhupada which have never been published. And they found the original covers of the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, that Prabhupada personally designed, residing in that location. So, Srila Prabhupada had a great desire to save the suffering humanity, and he emphasized that we should read his books, distribute his books. Sometimes we underestimate the value of Prabhupada's books. Sometimes the people, devotees think, oh, these books are outdated or not so relevant. We should have full faith that these books can be read for the next 10,000 years. Recently I was in Russia And I was talking to a devotee and I asked him, how did he become a devotee? He said he was being trained up to be a monk of the Russian Orthodox Church. It was a 5-year course. He had completed 4 years. And when he was about to enter his 5th year, someone gave him a Bhagavad-Gita. And he started reading the Bhagavad-Gita, was very impressed by the philosophy, and became a devotee. And now he's a devotee preaching Krishna consciousness. So there's so many examples how, by reading Prabhupada's books, people's lives have changed. So this auspicious Disappearance Day celebration and Appearance Day gives us an opportunity to glorify Prabhupada, to hear about his glories, and to get purified. So Srila Prabhupada's teachings are very clear, in black and white. We should just have full faith that Prabhupada has given us everything we need for going back to Godhead. We should have full faith that the message in these books can save humanity. And if we sincerely make an effort, people will appreciate. Recently, we had a major function in Delhi where the Bhagavad-Gita, it was produced by Mother Srila Prabhupada in Italy. The biggest religious text was inaugurated by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister came in and in his speech, he glorified Prabhupada very extensively, how Prabhupada presented the true Vedic culture and how Prabhupada's books are saving the world. So we should have full faith, we should preach, read his books, and have full faith that everything we need to know is there in these books. Srila Prabhupada built a house in which the whole world can live. Once somebody asked Prabhupada if he can do any miracles. Prabhupada said, no, I can't do any miracles, I can't do any magic. But one magic I've done. So he was curious. What magic has he done? And Prabhupada said, I've converted thousands of natures into brahmanas. So Prabhupada went to America with 40 rupees in his pocket, struggled before that to get a passage, and he was determined to carry out the instructions of his spiritual master. Once Prabhupada had gone to see Srimati Moraji in Bombay, and he was told by her secretary that that she was busy and she could not see him. Prabhupada was so determined to see her that he sat at the staircase of her office building for 4 hours doing japa. And finally in the evening when she was going home, she saw Prabhupada, spoke to him, and invited him to her residence the next day and agreed to help. So Prabhupada was determined to spread Krishna consciousness. We all draw inspiration from Prabhupada's life. And if we stick to Prabhupada's instructions, then we'll all make spiritual advancement. Prabhupada is always present in his instructions. He dedicates the first canto of the Bhagavatam to his spiritual master and says, he lives forever by his divine instructions, and the follower lives with him. So we should associate with his instructions. Sometimes devotees lament, oh, I didn't have the opportunity to associate with Prabhupada. I'm unlucky. But Prabhupada will always be present through his instructions. And if we follow his instructions, then we are associating with him. So on this auspicious day, we pray for Prabhupada for his mercy. We pray that we remain determined to spread his movement. And we pray that Prabhupada's glories may go on increasing. And if we are exemplary devotees, then that will also glorify Prabhupada. So that's what we should try to do. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to be hearing from our godbrother, Navayogendra Maharaj. I first met him as a young man in Juhu. We were both young, barely in our 20s. He was one of the very first Indian devotees that came and surrendered to Srila Prabhupada. So we'll get to hear from him now. Hare Krishna. And after Navayogendra Maharaj, we're going to hear from Chandramali Maharaj. Oh, I'm sorry. First we'll do Dinabandhu Prabhu, and then Chandramali Maharaj.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarne. Dear devotees, brothers and mothers, young and old, I am going to read one statement by Srila Prabhupada, and I feel this is very important for all of us to understand and follow. Srila Prabhupada continued his sharp, critical interest in his movement. When he received a report that devotees working with the BBT in Los Angeles were receiving salaries, he became disturbed. He enunciated his policy and asked his secretary to make it known Krishna consciousness means vairagya, vidya, renunciation and knowledge. He said, they are taking advantage of the temple facilities for their sense gratification. Do you understand? Prabhupada said that temple living was for brahmacharis and sannyasis. If a grihastha was rendering essential service, the temple could provide an apartment for him. But why salary? Asked Prabhupada. Where is the question of salary? Where is vairagya, renunciation? Salary project should be stopped. If they want salary, they can work outside. In the name of Vaishnava, he is drawing salary, living comfortably, having sense enjoyment. So all you, my officers, should think it over and do the needful. Prabhupada told how Lord Chaitanya was living in the perfect situation in family life with his wife, mother, and yet he left it all to practice vairagya. And thus he was praised by Sarabham Bhattacharya. You are the supreme person appearing as Shri Krishna Chaitanya, and you are teaching renunciation and devotional service. Paramhamsa Prabhupada's letter regarding the restaurant, why they should get salary? There should be no salary. You are working without salary, so why they should take? They are not very important men. So after this month, arrange for no one to get any salary. There, that will be nice. Prabhupada, so this Chanakya Pandit was a great politician and Brahman. As a Brahman, he was vastly learned. He has got some moral instructions. They are very valuable, still going on. In India, school children are taught. So this Chanakya Pandit, although he was Prime Minister, he maintained his Brahmanical spirit. He was not accepting any salary. Yet because for Brahmins to accept salary, it is understood that he has become dog. Bhagavan, yes, no one is getting any salary here. They are just working and taking. Prabhupada, yes, that's all. Why salary? Krishna's servant, we are eternal servant. That is the beauty of our institution, we have no hired men. Unless one is sincere, why he will work? Thank you very much. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. We'll be hearing from Dinabandhu Prabhu now, and I have to beg all my God brothers and God sisters, please try to limit your talk to a few minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to have very many upset with me because you don't get a chance to speak in the morning. So that bell you heard, that was after 4 minutes, which if we do that, we still won't get everyone in the morning. So please do your best to glorify Srila Prabhupada. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki. So I tell this story every year, but I think it's very encouraging for the devotees, so I'll tell it again. Because I know one story that's not in any memory series because that devotee has left this world. It was one devotee named Kartikeya Maharaj. And when he was a brahmachari, he was Prabhupada's servant, and they went to Hawaii. And one day, he was cooking for Prabhupada, so one day, Govinda Dasi, our wonderful god sister, brought back from the market wheat germ. Now, I've never met anybody in India that knows what is wheat germ, but it's a wheat product, but it's not suji. That's the main thing to understand. It's not cream of wheat. So one day, Prabhupada asked for halava. And Kartikeya thought, I'm going to make the halava with the wheat germ instead of the suji. And those days, this is old days, he said, Swamiji will be so pleased. He'll be so pleased. So he's making the halava with this wheat germ, and he was thinking, the whole meditation was, Swamiji will be so pleased, Swamiji will be so pleased. He offered it to the deities, he put it in a bowl, he brought it to Prabhupada. Prabhupada took one look, said, what is this? Halava means suji. And with his left hand, he said, take it away. Now you reject something by left hand, that's very heavy. And Kartikeya was a very sensitive type person, emotional, so he began crying. And he went into the deity room, and he sat before the picture of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he said, I was just trying to please your spiritual son, Swamiji, but somehow he's become unhappy with me. I don't know what to do. And he was crying. Suddenly he heard Prabhupada's voice, Kartikeya? Kartikeya? And he ran into Prabhupada's room. And Prabhupada said, bring that halava. And Prabhupada ate it with great gusto. He said, bring some more. In this way, Prabhupada finished off the whole pot of halava. So Kartikeya told me he learned 2 lessons. It's very important. One is that Prabhupada is not alone. There's a whole chain of spiritual masters all the way up to the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. Because he was praying to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, right? Second thing he learned, he said, Prabhupada always said, grandfather is more merciful than the father. So you are all thinking that we're not so fortunate we didn't get to see Prabhupada like you. We didn't get to associate with Prabhupada like you. Don't think you're unfortunate. You're more fortunate than us. Prabhupada will be more merciful to you because you're the grandchildren of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. I had to apologize to Ambika Devi Dasi. I didn't realize she was sitting here at the speaker. She's been waiting to speak for a few minutes. She resides in New Govardhan in Australia, which, if you haven't seen this farm, absolutely one of the most beautiful ISKCON farms in any farm in the world. It's an incredible place. So thank you very much for waiting.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Vichani Nivasisa You came, Srila Prabhupada, and you transformed the planet, and then you left. Everything you said and did was perfect for the time, place, and circumstance, because Krishna guided your every deed, every word. And that can be proved by the fact that to this day, anybody who had any interaction with Srila Prabhupada, even sometimes just a glance from Srila Prabhupada straight into your heart, you never ever forget that, nor any words he said to you. That's because Krishna was guiding every single thing that Prabhupada was saying. So our debt as disciples, plus the debt of everybody who's taken up Krishna consciousness into their life, actually can't be repaid. But what we can do is to tell anybody that we meet about Krishna. That's what Prabhupada wanted us to do, to preach the glories of Krishna. So in that way, we can mitigate some small amount of our debt to Srila Prabhupada. So, and also to, as Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to study Prabhupada's books and to follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions with the utmost sincerity that we can garner in our impure hearts. So everybody who has been touched by your words and books, Srila Prabhupada, has had their lives become sublime. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Unlimited glories to you. We are forever grateful.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji. Next, we're going to hear from Yadabar Prabhu. Yadabar Prabhu. Then Chandramali Maharaj will speak after that. You all know Yadabar Prabhu. He, of course, has recently just given us Hare Krishna, the movie, which he may tell you a little bit about that. I was with him way back in the beginning, 72, 73, as him and his wife. He was taking videos and she was taking photographs. And one time Prabhupada told him to never put down his camera. So Prabhupada understood very clearly that whatever we could have about him was very necessary and nectar for us after he has left. So we can thank Yadabar for so many things. Thank you, Yadabar Prabhu.
Thank you so much. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to you. On this auspicious day of your disappearance, we wish to offer you our plans for ongoing distribution of your movie, Hare Krishna, the mantra, the movement, and the Swami, you, who started it all. The 50th anniversary of your founding of ISKCON has come and gone, and the celebrations were grand. Still, there are many more 50th anniversaries to come, those of your arrivals in cities and countries around the world, forever established in those places as holy tirthas. For instance, on October 20th, 1970, you arrived in Amritsar, where their newly formed World Sankirtan Party, the first large group of devotees you brought to India. That 50th anniversary will come next year in 2020. Soon after, you visited Indore, Surat, and Allahabad. In 2021, more 50th anniversaries follow with your visits to Sydney, Moscow, Paris, Detroit, and Gainesville. With many more over the next 6 years, all the way to the 50th anniversary of your departure in 2027. Today we're humbly offering the idea of celebrating these 50th anniversaries with a red carpet screening of your movie in the best theater in the city, inviting the mayor, VIPs, ambassadors, dignitaries, and representatives of businesses, organizations, and major universities from all fields of study to your second coming 50 years after your first visit. The review from LA Yoga magazine aptly reads, "The Hare Krishna movie is the second coming of Prabhupada." Srila Prabhupada ki. Undoubtedly, your movie will become more and more popular as time goes on. IMDb.com, the biggest film review website in the world, has listed Hare Krishna in the top 100 of over 260,000 documentary films. Millions of movie fans worldwide visit imdb.com to see which movies they want to watch based on the audience rating and number of votes. On this website, Hare Krishna has an average rating of 9.5 out of 10. If there's anything over 7, people want to watch it. And this was from the votes of 929 people. Another plan for further distribution is to put your movie in at least as many languages as your books, which are in 86 languages. Currently, Hare Krishna is now in 22 languages, available on DVD and online streaming. Upcoming screenings include release of your film early next year in 25 cities in Italy, and 12 showings in January on SVT, the national TV station of Sweden. The more the public, especially the leaders of society, have the opportunity to witness your glorious life, the more they will understand you, your mission, and your followers. Dear Srila Prabhupada, bless our efforts to serve you in this way for many years to come. Always begging for your mercy, your grateful servants, Yadavara Das and Vishaka Dasi. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Yadavara Prabhu. Next, we're going to hear from a very good friend and godbrother, Chandramali Maharaj. He also was there back in 1972, 71 in New Vrindavan. By Prabhupada's mercy, he literally made us cowherd boys. One of my first services was milking 6 cows a day, 6 Jersey cows in New Vrindavan. That was after coming from Philadelphia, so it was a dramatic change. Yeah. So Maharaj, he also was there in New Vrindavan for many years, taking care of the cows, Radha Vrindavan Chandra. He also was helping for the feast in New Vrindavan in 1972, where I was in charge of the kitchen. So along with Radhanath Maharaj, Chandramali Maharaj, he was cutting some vegetables at that time. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Om Agyan Timirandasya Kenajana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. In the 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 22, in one particular purport, Srila Prabhupada writes something really, we say, something we should understand really deeply in our practice of Krishna consciousness. Of course, he gave us so much, but in this particular statement, it struck me so deeply. I think about it a lot. And Prabhupada said that if the disciple somehow thinks that they can reciprocate the gift, the special gift that the spiritual master has given, in other words, we can pay back what Srila Prabhupada gave us. He makes the comparison between a joker who simply makes jokes and people laugh. Prabhupada's point was that there's no way we can actually pay back Srila Prabhupada what he has given us. What has he given us? He's given us eternal life. He's given us a chance to go back to the spiritual world, our eternal home, and live with Krishna in eternal loving service. That can't be even understood, what to speak about trying to even pay back that wonderful gift. When Prabhupada was in America, was in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. Prabhupada had come, he'd been traveling from Dallas. He came to Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia, and devotees from all over the United States came to see Srila Prabhupada. The temple was really packed full with devotees. So much so that devotees were standing outside the window just trying to hear Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada gave a very powerful lecture. At the end, he called for questions. One book distributor, one devotee who was a book distributor, he wanted to bring out a point, and it was an interesting point he wanted to bring out, but Prabhupada responded in a different way. He said, Srila Prabhupada, what pleases you the most? And Prabhupada, of course, the answer was, distribute my books. And of course, we know how much that pleases Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada answered in a different way. He said, what pleases the spiritual master the most is if you love Krishna. Prabhupada came to give us the opportunity to develop our eternal love for Krishna. And to endeavor for that is actually the perfection of our devotional service. But how is that got? How is that gotten individually? It's got by giving it to others. Lord Chaitanya's movement is Namruchi, Vaishnav Seva, and Jivadoya. Jivadoya means preaching. Prabhupada says, preach this message of Krishna consciousness. He says, even if you are unsuccessful, what he meant by unsuccessful, there's no possibility of being unsuccessful when one tries to preach because we have the mercy of Prabhupada. Prabhupada made the point as even if you're unsuccessful, you get recognized by Krishna simply by trying to preach. So attaining to the perfection of our devotional service, love of God, means to make our life an instrument for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada for the world. Each and every one of us has something to offer because Prabhupada gave us so much. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. And now we have Narataki Devi Dasi sitting there. She'll be speaking next. She's been involved many years, of course, in devotee care, taking care of her God brothers and God sisters as we get older and leave this world. So we'll hear from her now. Thank you.
Om Avyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Just like we heard, Srila Prabhupada lives in his divine instructions and his disciples live with him. One such devotee that comes immediately to my mind is Her Grace Lavangala Teek. The reason why I'm mentioning her this time because actually she was very dear to Srila Prabhupada because she was completely dedicated. She was completely dedicated to his instructions and made it her life and soul, completely. I was living with her, so I know. And so just recently she passed away. Just before she passed away, when I heard she was sick, I went from Mumbai, where I'm living, to Roha, this little place where she lived, where she had cows. She took care of cows at that time. And as soon as I came to her bedroom, I could see, because I was a nurse, I could understand that she would pass soon away. But as I came closer to her, she said, "Oh, Nartaki," and her eyes lit up a little bit. And I went straight to wanting to remind her how dear she was to Srila Prabhupada, and I said to her, we went together in Los Angeles for book distribution, and she said one time, at Los Angeles airport, there were tours coming through from other countries, and she was distributing books, and she would not give one book. She would take the whole group, and she would distribute a book to each one of them. She was thinking, like Prabhupada said, I think big, so she wanted to please him, and so she gave a book to each one of them. Then later on, they went back to the tour guide, and the tour guide said, they're not authorized here in the airport, you know. You give a book back. So they all came back to give the book backs, but she didn't accept them back. Instead of that, she stood up on the bench and she made a loud announcement and said, not only are we authorized, but, and of course the authorization I knew that she meant was her Supreme Master, Srila Prabhupada, and the Supreme Lord Krishna. So she had no doubt about that. So she was completely convinced, so much so, and she was ready to intimidate the tour guide also. So she said, these are wonderful, the ancient literatures of India called Bhagavad-Gita, written in the old Sanskrit text. Please take these books back home to your family and as a Christmas gift. That was round about Christmas or so. And you will benefit, that will be the best gift for your family, that will benefit your whole family. And if anyone discourages, anyone is in a self-motivated way, is discouraging from taking the books, do not listen to them. So she got up from the seat, she went down, and she didn't entertain anything. She went straight to the book box and again distributed the next books. And when she heard that, her eyes started to twinkle. Although she was dying, her eyes started to twinkle, and she had like a little naughty look on her face, because she didn't accept authorities other than her Guru Maharaj and Krishna. And she went, because of that, she went many times to jail. So she was called Jail Rosie. That was her karmi name, Jail Rosie, in and out of the jail. And also I don't know if she heard that Srila Prabhupada was so pleased with the devotees that went to Pakistan and preached there, so much so that he said, I touched the lotus feet of those devotees who preached in Pakistan at that time, in Bangladesh. And she chose a place to go to because she wanted to be, that Prabhupada would be pleased with her as much as that. So she went to Russia, and literally that was not any less dangerous than Pakistan. You could, by distributing Bhagavad-Gitas, anti-communistic books, you could end up in Siberia. And as we know from the salted book, that the book, The Salted Bread, how dangerous it was. So that was Lavang Latik. And her relationship with Prabhupada, she was once laughingly telling me, she came with her son, and she was a hippie. She came with her son to Srila Prabhupada, I think it was San Francisco. And Srila Prabhupada said, I'll accept the son, but I don't know about the mother. Because she looked like a wild hippie. But then Srila Prabhupada, of course, she said, mercifully he gave me initiation. And she became such a wonderful devotee. She distributed more than $1 million worth of Srila Prabhupada's books. So she is the most prominent book distributor amongst the women in our movement. So I'm meant to mention that she just recently passed away, and how close her relationship with Srila Prabhupada was. She also gave the first, she went to Vrindavan and made beautiful milk sweets, because she heard that Prabhupada really likes that. Being from Bengal, he liked milk sweets, and he really liked it, so what she made. And she also gave the first Jersey cow to Srila Prabhupada. So she was always very keen how she could endear herself to Prabhupada, because he had captured her heart. And Srila Prabhupada once said that was his trick, to for us to become sold out to him, that he endeared himself to us, and we again wanted to become dear to him. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Her Grace Lavangalati ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Narataki. So now we're going to hear from our godbrother Pancharatna Prabhu, who, of course, you know he's been residing in Mayapur for many years. And we'll see what he can glorify Srila Prabhupada for us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hearing from Daiva Shakti Mataji about Srila Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra, Paschatya Desha Tarine, I was reminded of when I first came to Mayapur and went to Srila Prabhupada, to your room with Madhavisa Prabhu, at that time Maharaj, who was going to ask you whether I had your permission or should I basically advice to stay in Mayapur. I was being requested to stay there. And he began by saying that Mayapur is your most important project. We know that. And you stopped him and said, no, New York is my most important project. So somehow, by your grace, I've been able to serve the last 5 months again in New York. And so I'm reminded of another message that I received from you when I was there in 1974. And I was engaged in trying to teach Krishna consciousness in the colleges. You wrote, in response to a report I'd made, that the world is sorely in need of education in Krishna consciousness. But due to the ignorance of the age, they are not interested in knowledge of the self. So, if by labeling the bottle in some way more to attract them, we can still teach Krishna consciousness, let us do it. So I've taken that from that time and throughout my life as one of the guiding principles for how we can spread Krishna consciousness. And I hope that through the services that you've so kindly allowed me to engage in, particularly ISKCON Online, little plug, chantnow.com, second plug, and now Sri Sri Radha Govinda Mandir, ISKCON, New York. Please always engage me in your service. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So I have been given this by one godbrother. He's assisting Srimati Radharani cooking. He said, please read this for me since I will be in the deity kitchen doing my cooking seva at that time. So you should all know who this is. Panchakalpa Tirubhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. He reasons ill who says that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still and sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy name around. Srila Prabhupada did not take birth nor die. He appeared for some time and then disappeared. Krishna sent him to spread the Harinam Sankirtan all over the world. In a short time, he was to accomplish so much at age 70. This would not have been possible for an ordinary man. He gave the gift of true bhakti. He was a genuine acharya. We are ever grateful for that. In 1974, he sent a letter to all the temples not to call him Jagat Guru so he would not be lumped in with bogus Mayavadi gurus. Srila Prabhupada lives in the hearts of all those surrendered souls who have made him the center of their lives, always hearing his kirtans and lectures, always reading his books. May we obtain Prem Bhakti in this life and not take birth again and go back home, back to Godhead. Many thanks to all of you who have come here today. on this auspicious day. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Your servant, Bhubaneshwara Das. That's from Bhubaneshwara, who's been cooking faithfully for many, many years. So now we're going to hear from Vyasaki Prabhu, who's always traveling around giving everyone the holy names. Thank you, Prabhu.
Om Ajnanatamirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the deepest darkness of ignorance, with my eyes closed shut. But by the mercy of the topmost wandering mendicant and swan-like Paramahansa, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, He has opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge of Bhagavad-Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Mukam karoti vachalam, pangum langayate girim, yat kripa tamaham vande si gurun dinotarinam. So the Guru, dinotarinam, he is a deliverer of the most fallen. And by his mercy, the dumb can speak eloquently, and the lame can cross over mountains. And so, yat kripa tamaham vande, I'm always praying for that mercy, that kripa, that mercy. So everyone here, I'm sure everyone is feeling that by the mercy of Prabhupada, we are here. But what is the mercy of Prabhupada? And how do we understand the mercy of Prabhupada? Because it's not that we receive the mercy of Prabhupada, we have to take it. And I just want to share a pastime from Los Angeles with my esteemed godbrother, His Holiness Vishnu Jan Maharaj, who when he was a humble brahmachari, Prabhupada had come to Los Angeles and there was a darshan of devotees. People were asking questions. And then Vishnu Jan Brahmachari raised his hand. And he was a very humble devotee. And he was feeling so unqualified. So he said to Srila Prabhupada, why have you given me all your mercy? Why have you given me all your mercy? He felt so unqualified. And Prabhupada said, no, my mercy is equal to everyone, but you have taken it more. And then Prabhupada gave an example. He said, just like the sun is shining equally for everyone, but if you stay in your cave, then you won't get the benefit of that sunshine. You have to come out of your cave into the light to do something, to receive the benediction of the light of the sun. So same with Srila Prabhupada. I remember another time in Los Angeles, one devotee came to Srila Prabhupada and he had a great idea. And he said, Srila Prabhupada, this is my plan. And he explained what his plan was. Prabhupada listened quietly, and then he said, when the devotee was finished, he said, don't bring me your plans, bring me results. So Prabhupada wanted us to go out and do something worthwhile, to take the mercy. And taking the mercy means following his instructions. And there's one other memory of Srila Prabhupada, when he said that just speaking, only speaking, that is lip service. But doing, going out and doing, that is devotional service. That is bhakti. So on this day, let us all try to take the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, which is in his instructions. Now some people may think, well, Prabhupada's not my guru, I take the instructions of my guru. But we should all know that your guru is fully taking the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. So if you also take the full instructions of Srila Prabhupada, then you are following your guru 100%, and there's no doubt about it. So we're here not just to glorify Prabhupada, not just to remember him on this day, but to live his teachings, to become the living truth, so that we are the next link in the parampara. Otherwise, the parampara stops at me. So I don't want that. I want to carry it on to the next generation. And we do that by taking shelter of the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. I say when I was with Prabhupada in 71, 72, when devotees would come into the room with plans, he would very often say, just do it. It was before Nike ever took that phrase from Prabhupada, I think. It always was, do something practical. My godbrother Paramahamsa Swami, he became Prabhupada's secretary. So for the first few times, whenever he went into Prabhupada's rooms, he would do a dandavat. And he was tall, almost 2 meters tall, big devotee. And he would plop down. Om Aganatam Adandasha, prayers after prayers. So after the third time, Prabhupada 3's very important number. So after the third time, he's lying there chanting. Prabhupada said, get up. He said, how are we going to get anything done? You lying on the floor like that. So, like he says, it's very nice to offer obeisances, but then what are you going to do after that? So Moksha Lakshmi, Devi Dasi, we'll hear from next. From so many places, UK, Ukraine, here in Vrindavan she lives. Thank you, Ma. Hare Krishna.
I've actually never been to the Ukraine, even though my father's Ukrainian. I've only got 3 minutes, so I'm going to tell a story I've told before, but it has more meaning in one sense. I think when you see Prabhupada do something, as you go through life, the stories show you more and more facets and teach you more lessons. So in 1975 in Bombay, Mumbai as we call it now, I started a school for street children. And in those days, India wasn't as opulent, if you like, as it is now. It was quite poor. When you were poor, you were very poor. And these children they were wearing rags. They had vests on, but the vests had more holes than cloth. Very poor children. But we used to have the most ecstatic kirtan. So Srila Prabhupada heard this kirtan and he asked Hari Sori, who was his secretary then, who is chanting? And Hari Sori said, oh, there's a school, Srila Prabhupada, for the poor people, for the poor children. So Prabhupada asked to meet the children. Now put this in context. Srila Prabhupada, founder Acharya of ISKCON, developing temples all over the world, translating books, running an international society, had time for the poor people, the poor children, just children of Bombay. So we went up to Srila Prabhupada's rooms and they got to sit right in front of Srila Prabhupada, in front of all the gentlemen who were sitting there, all the rich, important Bombay gentlemen. And Prabhupada took that time for those children. So recently, I was also watching a film of Srila Prabhupada in Los Angeles, and all the little children, the devotee children, were there dancing. And again, Prabhupada was giving them the cookies. It's a famous thing that Srila Prabhupada gave cookies. So what I was thinking is the importance of children to Srila Prabhupada and how we need to invest in the children of ISKCON, or PISKCON, as Prabhupada said one time here. It's another story. And right now, for instance, at the Manor, the school is facing a lot of challenges. I know this. I've just retired after 30 years of teaching in the Manor school. And I really think it's important that we cherish the next generation, the little children, whether Bombay Street children, devotee children, but generally show that kindness that Srila Prabhupada showed to children. And that's what I'd like to say today. Can we please give time, resources, money to Srila Prabhupada's children? Jai, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Please forgive me for giving us very short introductions here, just trying to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Now we're going to hear from our godbrother Shankarshan Prabhu, who we know he's also traveling all around the world, giving his association to many. So, Shankarshan Prabhu, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Svamaniti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. It's actually very amazing to be here in this gathering because you are all the Prabhupada-nugas. Each one of you have Prabhupada within your heart. So just imagine with so many Prabhupada-nugas here, all carrying Prabhupada in their heart, how much Prabhupada is present here right now. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I'm especially pleased to be here in the association of my godbrother Shrutakirti Prabhu, because I was rarely seeing Prabhupada. I was always in a remote temple. But I was there in Atlanta in '75 when Prabhupada came, and I just wanted to get as close as I could. So I got just on Prabhupada's right side, and I looked over Prabhupada's lap, and there was Shrutakirti Prabhu. He gave me the most wonderful smile. It was across a pastime across Prabhupada's lap. It was so nice. I just felt so blessed by him. Here's somebody who is with Prabhupada 24 hours a day, and he's not proud and puffed up, well, I'm the servant of Prabhupada. No, he just wanted to share the mercy with me. He was just like reflecting Prabhupada's mercy upon me, and I was so pleased by that. I want to give a little pastime I had with Prabhupada back in '71, which shows how much Prabhupada cared about each and every devotee. It was amazing, actually. Prabhupada would go in the morning, this is in Los Angeles. He would go on the morning walk at the beach, and he would come back to the temple, and we had a wonderful, wonderful arrangement in those days. We would line up along the sidewalk, and Prabhupada would be given a basket of flowers, and each one of us had a flower. So Prabhupada would come down the line, and he would give you a flower, and you give him a flower. It's just your own little personal one-on-one, just you and Prabhupada for that 20 seconds. It was you and Prabhupada. Vishnu John Swami, I was one of his men from Austin. He was the first one in the queue. He got a hug, wow. But I felt, because I was one of his men, that I felt I was getting hugged too, because Vishnu John was getting hugged. So then Prabhupada comes to me, I'm about the third one in the queue. He handed me the flower, and I hand him the flower, and I have a flower in my hand from Prabhupada. Wow, I got a flower in my hand from Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada's going down the queue. Now there in the front of the Los Angeles temple, there's some steps which go up into the temple room, which is now the temple room. So Prabhupada would go up to the steps, but just before the steps, make a right turn, and then go back to his quarters. So I just wanted to get another darshan of Prabhupada. I had that moment, but now I wanted more. I was greedy for more darshan. Because I call it drinking Prabhupada into your heart through your eyes. So I stood on the steps there so I could get a good look at him as he came by. And he looked up at me. That here's somebody who's not in the queue. Prabhupada's wondering if I got enough flour because it wasn't in the queue. So Prabhupada held up a flower like, did you get one yet? It was facial expression, body language, like, did you get one yet? And I held out my flower, and I must have had a huge grin. I showed Prabhupada I had my flower. But I was just see Prabhupada to make sure that every devotee got a flower. Just see his compassion. Now, if you're a householder, you can take that flower, take it home, put it in a glass jar, preserve it. What's a brahmachari going to do with a flower to preserve it? Well, I had a good idea. I'll eat that flower. So I immersed it into my body, you see. So in this way, it's amazing how Prabhupada cared about each and every devotee. He wants to make sure we're all getting the mercy. And that's not in any way diminished now. It's still going on. It will go on for generation after generation after generation. Prabhupada will always be here, always seeing that everybody is getting the mercy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Shankar Shan Prabhu. I had recently traveled a little bit and was speaking about Srila Prabhupada. One of the devotees had been in the temple 20 years and reading Prabhupada's books, of course, an initiated. But I had given 2 classes. This was in Radhadesh. And he came up to me the following morning and he said that he had a dream about Prabhupada. He said, and he saw Prabhupada's feet. He was holding Prabhupada's lotus feet. And he said they were very fragrant. So I asked him, I said, well, what did they smell like? He said, sandalwood. So then I said, yes, you saw Prabhupada. Because his feet, they always smelled like sandalwood. That's what I remember because I would massage them every day with sandalwood oil. They were very pink on the bottom, very soft and cool. Another devotee had a dream. He asked me, he said, Prabhupada's feet, how did they feel? Warm or cool? I said, cool. He said, yes, that's what I felt. He said, then I know it was Prabhupada. So all these devotees are coming, telling you, Prabhupada's here. He is here. He's here. He's within all of us. You just have to want him. You have to want to listen to him. You want to have to hear from him. As much as you want him, he's there. I had a devotee once ask me, he knew Prabhupada treated his guru very special, my godbrother. And he asked, did Prabhupada treat any of his disciples special? And he knew his was treated special. I had never been asked it before, but after thinking very briefly, I said, yes, all of them. He treated me special. I wasn't a sannyasi, I wasn't a temple president, I wasn't a book distributor, I wasn't anything. But he treated me special. All right. Next we're going to hear from Pankajanga Prabhu. We're very happy to have him here for a few days from Mayapur. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. Hearing the class of Srila Prabhupada this morning, describing about Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I was here thinking that, Srila Prabhupada for us, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because without him, without Guru, there's no meaning to Krishna. But he's describing how the different qualities of Krishna, how Krishna is all beautiful. Prabhupada was beautiful when you saw him. How Prabhupada had that feature of opulence. Prabhupada was so opulent, although he didn't enjoy the opulence himself. This is the mystery of renunciation. You give something up, then it easily comes. So Prabhupada had that, as he said, I have 100 houses and thousands of children, so much opulence he had. Fame, Srila Prabhupada was so famous and influential. It seemed like he was just, Prabhupada was just describing himself, because that's how we feel about Srila Prabhupada. Just to see him was, just to be with him was a perfection. You felt perfectly satisfied. When you have seen when he's, whatever he did, where he wrote a letter, he would take off the pen, sign a check, drink a glass of water with his pinky up. It was a festival just to see that. Just everything he did was so absorbing. He was all attractive. It was just so absorbing to see that, and it was so nice to, you felt perfectly satisfied. So we're hearing this, and I'm sure that you, the second generation, you also have experienced those moments with your own spiritual master, so this is the Bhakti Shakti that is coming through the Parampara. So this is of course, this is 42 years of Prabhupada's, it's half a lifetime. So another 42 years, probably won't be any Srila Prabhupada disciples here. So then you'll be able to narrate the stories of your experiences with your spiritual master, how he inspired you and kept you going, because, Prabhupada's there, the purports, all the literatures are there, Srimad Bhagavatam, such wonderful books, but you need that personal touch. Without Srila Prabhupada's personal presence or feeling, then it wouldn't be the Srimad Bhagavatam, wouldn't be the same, Chaitanya wouldn't be the same, devotional service wouldn't be the same. It's that interaction, that connection, that is the actual glue that actually keeps us, at least it keeps me, going, knowing that this is pleasing to Srila Prabhupada, and I want to please him. So I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I say one little thing I heard, that when Srila Prabhupada inaugurated the Krishna Balaram Mandir, when we had the land here first, there was nothing here, just sands. And the first solid construction that Srila Prabhupada had built here was a water trough. So feed the cow, so the cows could drink water when they wandered through. Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So next, again from Mayapur, we're going to hear from our godbrother Shadadanya Prabhu. Shadadanya Prabhu and myself, we shared a pastime with Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. He, after traveling, I believe it was in Japan, he returned to Mayapur. This was after I left Prabhupada. And when he offered obeisances and sat up, Prabhupada looked at him and thought it was me. And he said, "Oh, you've come from Hawaii." And it wasn't me, it was Shadadanya. But he told me that story, it just made me so happy. Prabhupada was happy to see you. What more could a person want? But he's so happy to see all of us helping him in his mission. This is all we do. And then we're happy. That's what he told me when I left his service, that personal service. He said, "Are you okay?" "Yes, Prabhupada. Just chant Hare Krishna and be happy." But I found out there's only one way to do that. It's engage in Prabhupada's service. So, Hare Krishna, Shadadanya Prabhu.
Namo Srila Prabhupada Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Stay Saraswati Deve Gurvani Pachani Sesha Sunyavadi of Satchajisthan. In the last 6 months of Prabhupada's life, except for the trip to London, I had the fortune, along with Upendra, to be the body servant of Srila Prabhupada and live in his house here in Vrindavan. And during that time, he gave me one instruction, not for me, but for the Vrindavan temple management. Panchagor, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Dharmatma. And I'll be quick to the chase. On the back side or one side of the Vrindavan temple, if you ever get a room there, you know, I don't know if it still exists, but you'll hear all night the chanting of Nitai Gaur, Radhe Shyam, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sometimes you can't sleep. Is that still going on? Yeah. So one day, just sitting alone with Prabhupada, Prabhupada called me close and he said to me, he said, Nitai Gaur, Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram. So I didn't know what to make of it. I kept silent. Then he repeated the refrain, Nitai Gaur, Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram. And then he said to me, you tell all the others they may chant this in the temple. So at that time, Tapamoya was the temple commander. I told him. He implemented it for some short time, but it's been lost in time. So I think that this is a good opportunity that we can, if it so pleases you, that you can, that's an instruction that's been lost, but Prabhupada said it very emphatically. Nitai Gaur, Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram, and it glorifies all our lordships. Thank you.
Nitai Gaur Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram. Nitai Gaur Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram. Nitai Gaur Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram. We have here Rangavati Devi Dasi. She's a resident of Alachua. She'll be speaking, glorifying Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nivishesha Shunyavati Paschata Deshatarane. My dear Srila Prabhupada, I'm not proud to say that the first 25 years of my life were the reason why you came almost to save us. I was one of your miracles, Malecha, who you raised up to a place where I never could have ever dreamt of been. You gave me a life. You gave my daughter and her family a life. And for that, there's no way on this earth, in this universe, that it can ever be repaid. I'd like to say a few little words about the books, which were a great, great impetus for me to stay on the path of bhakti. He once said that you can just read a paragraph and you can become self-realized. I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing, considering what self-realization means. And then he said, no, not a paragraph, maybe one sentence. I thought, wow, that's even more miraculous. Then he said even one word. So I thought, some years later, I thought, wow, how could that be? And I thought, well, what if that word was Krishna? What if that word was Radharani? What if that word was Japa? What if that word was Chaitanya, Nityananda, service? So many words. And if you did spend your life delving into that one word, you would become Krishna conscious. How kind and merciful is that? How much more easy could it possibly be? He also said, if you have a long staircase, why would you walk when you can take the elevator? So why should we take the elevator? We all know that at any moment, Lord Yamaraj can call us, and we won't have any option but to go. So in our country, the United States, there's the Empire State Building, which used to be a very high building. I don't know how it compares anymore. I'm sure it's not so high. But there's like 86 floors, and in 1 minute you can reach the top. So if we take to this process that are in all of Srila Prabhupada's books, in all the languages almost of the world, that my lovely and wonderful Daiva Shakti friend and God sister has dedicated her life to do that. So just thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, and please let me stay in the boat.
Hare Krishna. So is that Satyanarayan Prabhu? He's BBT, Middle East, Far East, specializing now. The book in Arabic is becoming very, very popular. I believe one of the most popular books of Srila Prabhupada in Middle Eastern language. So he's made it his life's work now to get these books of Srila Prabhupada spread in these languages. We'll hear from him. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances beneath the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories forever unto you, Srila Prabhupada. As we make ready your Farsi or Persian translation of Bhagavad-Gita as it is for printing, which we pray will happen soon by the grace of the Lord, the extent of your eternal glories is revealed at every moment. Just as we began writing this offering, I was led to discover that today is the birthday of the famous 12th century Farsi Persian-speaking poet, Omar Khayyam. One of the most quoted quatrains from his famous Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam reads as follows in English: "To wisely live your life, you don't need to know much. Just remember two main rules for the beginning. You better starve than eat whatever, and better be alone than with whoever." When I first read this, immediately my thoughts ran to you, Srila Prabhupada, and how immeasurably and inconceivably fortunate we were to have met you by your divine grace. For while the poet Omar offers general and self-acclaimed wise advice with his two rules, he leaves out the most important points of all. Specifically, what should we eat and who should we be with? Nor could we find any positive advice about this elsewhere in his presentation, nor from the recorded history of his own life. In absolute contradistinction to this, Srila Prabhupada, not only did you never leave out the most important points in your presentations, but you always imbued your advice and direction with the eternal absolute truth of every matter, something that was clearly unobtainable by the poet. Specifically in this case, you instructed us exactly what to eat and what not to eat, and how to turn those acceptable foodstuffs into transcendent nourishment, able to liberate us from the bonds of material existence eternally. This, if we truly wish to live our lives wisely. And regarding who we should be with, you did not leave us with just be alone and avoid whoever. You precisely define whose association we must seek out and whose we must avoid, to again live this life wisely so that the next one will be eternally wise and blissful. Most wonderfully, Srila Prabhupada, you personally exemplified the ideal manifestations of everything you personally taught us to do, and that you are still teaching everyone to do through your transcendental literature. Therefore, we humbly pray that your Farsi Bhagavad-Gita as it is and some other Farsi titles of yours will be printed as quickly as possible, and that the needed funds for same may somehow appear soon by the Lord's grace, so that the Iranian people who are living, studying, and visiting everywhere in this world will have the great fortune to be able to obtain this true eternal wisdom, and this in their native mother tongue, so that they may take it into the deepest part of their hearts. Eternal wisdom that you and only you have given us, Srila Prabhupada. How can we possibly thank you enough for saving our eternal lives other than to give those lives, give our own lives for your service? Thank you, thank you, thank you again, Srila Prabhupada. All glories are forever unto you, your divine grace. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Devaki Nandan Prabhu, who's come from Juhu. Everyone here is familiar with Juhu Temple. Is there anyone that isn't familiar with Juhu? So I mentioned Vrindavan, how much Srila Prabhupada did here for Vrindavan Temple. There's only one other temple I know where Prabhupada had to work so hard to get, and that was Juhu Temple. It was so difficult because of that one man, Mr. Nair, that in one letter, Prabhupada said that all the devotees in ISKCON, we will all be together in the spiritual world. Think about that. We're all going to be together. But he said one person wasn't going, Mr. Nair. Prabhupada condemned Mr. Nair for a very long time for all the aggravation he gave to Radharasa Bahari. Hare Krishna.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Let's chant together once. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane, Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschadestarane. So Srila Prabhupada, you are the ocean of mercy. Whoever had opportunity to have your audience, your darshan, he purified them. I am one such, although I am not purified, but I know by following your instruction, we all will be purified. You instructed us to distribute your books. I was reading something, one devotee sent me, this is from Vaikuntha Prabhu, a photographer. It was in 1972, Prabhupada was giving, you were giving lecture in Radha Damodar temple on Nectar of Devotion series. Vaikuntha Prabhu writes that when he joined, he learned that one cannot go back home, back to Godhead without being chained or without being connected to parampara. Or if you are not initiated, you cannot go back home, back to Godhead. So of course, those days, we did not care for ourselves, but we wanted to send everyone back home, back to Godhead. So Vaikuntha Prabhu followed Prabhupada and he asked him about this, that we are distributing so many books. People are reading your books, but if they are not initiated, how will they go back home, back to Godhead? And Prabhupada, you turned, looked at him, right in his eyes, and said, just by reading my books, they are initiated. Vaikuntha Prabhu said, I thought that is an incredible example of compassion. So there is no doubt Srila Prabhupada is compassionate. Srila Prabhupada did everything so that the living entity can go back home, back to Godhead. I will only say, of course, many good things devotees are doing. So many devotees are being made. I have been in USA this year 2 times as my service of Minister of Fund Development. I realized one thing, that how you have given everything in a sublime way to become Krishna conscious. In Tobacco, New Jersey, we made a committee, and one of our committee member was telling, who has gone to USA 40 years back, now his sons are somewhere like 25, 30-year-old. They are born and brought up in USA. They do not want to follow Indian culture. They are too much into Western culture. So those parents, they are too much in anxiety. So our chairman Piyush Bhai, he was saying, Swamiji, only ISKCON has a remedy to save our children. Because Prabhupada saved the children of Americans. Those days, nobody could save, but Prabhupada saved. So only ISKCON has that charisma that can save the children. So I was thinking, Srila Prabhupada, your mercy that you went to America, due to your purity only, you converted or you changed the people of USA. Otherwise, you are born in India, your culture was not Indian, your language was, Bengali, not English, but because of purity, you changed that. So I am sure even today, same purity there in your book, and if you distribute your book, we can change one and all. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Next we're going to hear, sitting there, is Adita Guna. She's distributed Srila Prabhupada's books for many, many years. So she's not just the wife of, oh, I forget his name. See that? You're not just, because I can't even remember his name, Pancharatna Prabhu's name. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your golden lotus feet on your Tirurav celebration. Srila Prabhupada, we were so untrained in Krishna consciousness at first, but you were so patient, even though it was like teaching music to the deaf. Srila Prabhupada, you are the ambassador from the spiritual world, always acting with such charm and power, and giving us the greatest secrets of eternity. Srila Prabhupada, you went around the whole world 13 times, planting the seeds of Krishna consciousness in our souls. We were hungry for real spirituality in our lives. You proved to us that God is a person whose name is Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, you have so much mystic potency. When we saw Siddhanta Prabhu's Srila Prabhupada memories, many devotees related how you mystically could understand what was going to happen in the future. For example, you knew that in 20 years from your visit to Moscow, the whole Russian communist system would fail. And you also knew that the World Trade Center would come crashing down. Srila Prabhupada, you showed us that the Vedas are transcendental literatures for the benefit of the whole world, being a living and growing tradition that exerts a fruitful influence on our present-day life. Srila Prabhupada, you have all good qualities in full, and you are especially an incredible visionary. When will I use every ounce of my puny strength to advance your dreams? Srila Prabhupada, your heart is anointed with love of Krishna. You can see him everywhere. You are helping us see the Lord at every moment within our hearts and wherever we go. Srila Prabhupada, I see you as a commanding general, leading your army against the massive entrenched forces of Mayavadism and impersonalism. Srila Prabhupada, you are an ambassador for the 6 Goswamis who excavated and rediscovered Sri Vrindavan Dham. Srila Prabhupada, you translated for us in the solitary glow of a small lamp with little or no rest. Then I was thinking about Satyanarayan Prabhu, and he quoted Oma Kayam, and I know one of the verses, so I'll quote it, and I think it's very relevant to Srila Prabhupada, because Srila Prabhupada, in my estimation, you made no mistakes. And that verse is, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. No, all thy piety nor wit can move it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it. So Srila Prabhupada, everything you did was absolutely perfect. Srila Prabhupada, you are Patita Pavan, the savior of the fallen souls. Your disciples have distributed over 500 million of your books. Srila Prabhupada, with gratitude, I fall at your feet again and again. I am nothing without your mercy. You're fallen and wanting to be a humble servant of Tita Gunadasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Bhakti Madhurya Govinda Goswami Maharaj, who was formerly known as Mukunlal Prabhu, who I remember way back in 1971. So we'll hear from him now.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishnavasaya Budale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Shramaniti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravari Pacharane Nirvisesa Sanivari Paskadyade Sitarane. O Srila Prabhupada, placing your lotus feet on my head, I pray for your loving mercy. I don't have much years left to go in this body. Old age is very punishing. And so, yet, it's a miracle how you spread Krishna consciousness all over the world over age 70. So my only solace and my prayer to you is, please ask Krishna to help me. I'd like to spread Krishna consciousness according to your order for a few years more before I leave this body. And I have no doubt when I leave this body, you will take me, certainly, as well as all these sincere devotees. Certainly, you will take them all. So, in the meantime, please ask Krishna to help me so that I can continue spreading Krishna consciousness. Actually, when I was only about a 3-year devotee, so I was reminded of this. When Narayani was speaking, she said, you wrote a letter saying, I'm counting on you, my senior disciples, to carry on this movement. That really shook me up when she said that, because Prabhupada wrote to me personally the same exact words. I was only about a 3-year devotee, but he said, I'm counting on you, of course that's plural, my senior disciples, to carry on this Krishna consciousness movement. So there's something else that really struck me today when the Prabhu started singing Jai Analo Premadana, and I was thinking to myself, oh no, Srila Prabhupada, they're singing this song for you. But you have not left. You have not left us. As several of the speakers have pointed out, you are living in the hearts of the devotees. So all these sincere devotees, who are even a little bit trying to follow your instructions, you are living still in all of their hearts. You're living in the sound, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, he reasons ill who think that Vaishnavas die, who are living still in the sound. So I beg all the newer devotees, dive deep into Prabhupada's voice while it's still available, because this technology may wind down at any time. You told me personally, I was speaking with you, you told me personally, Srila Prabhupada, this United States, there's so much material opulence, but there's no Jagna to support it. I was thinking of the verse in Bhagavad-Gita, no Jagna to support all this opulence. He said to me, his reply was very ominous. He said, it will not last. Very soon it'll be finished. I was really shook up. But I didn't have the presence of mind to say to Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, what does very soon mean? You're on the eternal platform, we're stuck on relative time. What does very soon mean? But I was so shook up that I didn't reply. But so, everything that we take as enjoyment, we've got also nice cars, cell phones, laptops. Hopefully most devotees are using these tools at least part-time in your service. So I was very upset actually when I heard the devotees started singing Jayanala Premadana, because I was thinking, no, Srila Prabhupada, not for you, not for you. So placing your feet on my head, I pray that you remain always in the hearts of all the devotees and they become sold out to your instructions and standards. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Prithu Prabhu. Prithu, he's a very powerful preacher. He would go to festivals, he would shave up the boys in one day, same day, shave them up. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Omagyantimirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sigurave Namah. Nam Vishnupraya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamani. Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pacharini Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Prasatya Sachari. Srila Prabhupada, please accept my obeisances. All glories unto you. It is stated in scripture that unless one is empowered by Krishna, one cannot preach really Krishna consciousness. And we have seen this supremely manifested in Srila Prabhupada's life, Krishna Shakti Vinanata Pravartana. How he was able to attract so many followers. How he was able, from a often wild background, how he was able to bring them to Krishna. How he was able to inaugurate a huge movement. So huge, I mean, sometimes last year I was in Mayapur and I was watching thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming to the temple in the morning to Mangal Artik. This is Krishna Shakti of one man. This is proof of Srila Prabhupada's enormous degree of piety. Like we say, purity is a force. Srila Prabhupada was a manifestation of Krishna Shakti Vinanata Pravartana, and he was supremely pure. An example comes to my mind. I was told before Prabhupada came to America, he was living in Radha Damodar, and he was very ill. He had high fever, and he was lying on a straw mat, simple straw mat, that's all he had. And two of his godbrothers came and told him, he said, you have to get a bed, otherwise you will die. And Srila Prabhupada replied, I want to use every rupee for book distribution. Think about that. Who of us can sleep on a mat, on a straw mattress? Not myself, at least anyone in this age. Prabhupada was sleeping in a straw mattress. And we cannot even imagine the degree of sacrifice Srila Prabhupada performed. I remember one time we were leaving, two of us, to Germany, and the servant saw us passing by. It was in the middle of night, something like 1:30 or so. And he said, where are we going? He said, we're going back. He said, you should get your blessings from Srila Prabhupada. Why don't you go in? I said, is he not sleeping? He said, he's really never really sleeping. You can go in. And so Prabhupada was resting in his bed, and he was saying, someone is coming. Who is this? And as we introduced ourselves, and Srila Prabhupada said, where are you going? We said, we're leaving back to the preaching. And Srila Prabhupada said, please accept my blessings. So you can see that even in the middle of night he was active, sleeping very little, distributing all these books, and was able to write more books than Shakespeare or so many great famous personalities in this world. This is all a manifestation of Krishna Shakti and a manifestation of Srila Prabhupada's purity. At the same time, while Prabhupada was very powerful to be able to attract so many people to Krishna consciousness, I personally witnessed at one stage his humility. Kind of shocking situations. We were walking on this road near the Goshala. When you go to MBT, you make a right, then a left, and at the end of this LI there is this road before you cross to the Goshala. And a lot of devotees with us. Srila Prabhupada was walking for the morning, and I stepped on his heel, which was a terrible thing to do. And Prabhupada turned around and looked at me, and I started crying. And he said, no, he said, that's all right. Think about that, that's all right. Because Srila Prabhupada, whatever happened around him, he took as Krishna's arrangement. He saw Krishna everywhere. Not a blade of grass can move without Krishna's sanction. So he took it like this, and he said, no, that's all right, because he saw that I was very upset about it. So that type of humility we see in Srila Prabhupada. I remember another situation when Srila Prabhupada came to Uppsala in Sweden. And Prabhupada realized this was a university, very leftist university, and the students, it was in the time of the student rebellions, the students were very rebellious. And so when Prabhupada came into the room, he immediately sensated this. He could understand this. And so he decided to speak on the 4 classes of men. It is just the antidote of everything these people wanted to hear. They're thinking in terms of classless society, and Prabhupada talks about the 4 classes of men. And people were restless during the lecture. Prabhupada was very clear. There's first-class men, second-class men, third-class men, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And then he asked for questions, and then students stood up and very agitated and said, of course you think that you are a first-class man, sitting on a high stool, a high chair, being surrounded by followers, covered with flowers. My blood was raging. I mean, I would have liked to murder this man on the spot. But Prabhupada, he didn't say anything. Some time passed. And then he said, no. He said, you misunderstood. He said, I'm not the servant of I'm not the first-class man. He said, I'm actually the servant of everyone. And then I saw 2 big tears rolling down his cheeks. And I understood that Prabhupada was speaking right. And he was indeed the servant of the whole world. He didn't think himself of the greatest. He saw himself as a servant of the servant of the servant. Another thing I saw one time from my personal experience, we had a board. It was a board where all the names of the devotees were mentioned. It was a magnetic board. You could take one name and put it here and there. So we were managing. I was standing in front of this board when Srila Prabhupada, all of a sudden I felt Srila Prabhupada was in my back. And he said, what is that? And so we explained to Srila Prabhupada, these are all the devotees. We can take, this is the daily department, these are the cooks, these are the Sankirtan devotees, cleanup, everything is here. And one can take a devotee from here to there and from there to there. He said, how does it work? I said, Srila Prabhupada, it's a magnetic board. These are little magnets behind the name. And he said, he smiled, he said, can I try that? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. And so he said, all right, let's take this devotee from here to there, and that devotee from here to there, and this devotee from there to there. And he upset the whole managerial board. And then he said, and all this big management will not work if there's no love and trust between the devotees. That was his point. Unless there's love and trust, this will not work. Now,
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. We have.
I will tell another little story.
No. We have 50 more devotees, your god brothers and god sisters.
This is one. Srila Prabhupada was visited in Germany by one famous professor, Durkheim. He was highly decorated by the German government. He was an ambassador to Germany and Japan, and he was one of the top exponents of Zen Buddhist philosophy. In fact, he brought Zen Buddhism to Germany, to the whole world. And so he talked to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada asked him, what is your philosophy? So he explained, and after some time, Mr. Durkheim said, Professor Durkheim, he said, Swamiji, what do you think of this? And Prabhupada shook his head and said, not very intelligent. And he was propounding excellently Zen Buddhist philosophy. And Durkheim was shocked. And then Prabhupada explained to him and he explained to him the Siddhanta, the Vaishnava Siddhanta, with Krishna being the Supreme Personality of God, way beyond Buddhist realization. When Prabhupada was finished, this Professor Durkheim, he paid his dandavat in Prabhupada and touched his feet. And on the way to the airport, he told me, he said, Pitu Das, I met many big swamis, big sadhus, mahants, leaders, even so-called incarnations in India, practically speaking, so many religious people in the Western world. I have never met a person like your spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada ki.
I told you he was preacher, shaved them up on the same day. We're going to hear from Smar Hari Prabhu, but Sharadanya, he forgot the punchline.
I forgot the punchline in the story. It'll take 5 seconds. When Prabhupada told that mantra, then I said, Srila Prabhupada, can we chant Jai Prabhupada, Nitai Gaur, Radhe Shyam, Jai Krishna Balaram? And Prabhupada looked at me and said, no. He said, it spoils the meter.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna consciousness has been propagated since time immemorial. There has been various communities of devotees. The sages of Namasharanya were a community of devotees. The ISKCON devotees are a community of devotees. Each of Srila Prabhupada's disciples who have taken the responsibility to propagate Krishna consciousness have developed a community of devotees. Krishna consciousness, attainment of the highest goals, going back to Godhead, is not limited to any particular community. Each and every member of every community can go back to Godhead by following the instructions of their particular spiritual master who's in the parampara system of Krishna consciousness. Each of us, all of you can attain the highest goal. This is expected of you by undertaking the process of sadhana, bhakti, and Vaishnavism. Each of us can have a glorious finish. And today, to commemorate that glorious finish, I've written a poem about the glorious finish. With bodily vigor near depleting, in old age, strength diminished, but your preparation was completed for unparalleled historic finish. You left Vrindavan Dham and sights Mahaprabhu replenished, left an atmosphere of Harinam to achieve such glorious finish. In Maya's citadel you'd find thriving financial business, but with lost, disturbed minds, no chance for successful finish. In New York, you proceeded slow. In that city full of cynics, life's purpose they did not know, their efforts produced false finish. You were erudite, let so humble, but abounding in spiritual prowess, describing a path that's achievable and our means to that finish. And slowly we joined you, North Americans, then British. Your potent words rang true, calling us to that finish. You departed all too soon. That decade seemed like minutes, but you predicted ISKCON's boon, ensuring mankind's real finish. And with time's further passage, we escaped death's gray grimace as we assimilated your message that allows transcendental finish. ISKCON will expand for millennia, continually flourish, not diminish, with kirtan, kartal, harmonium. Our long samsara can now finish. So let us all renew our vow to serve our Lord so bluish, who herds Sarabi cow. Our material lives can now finish. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hey Krishna, thank you very much, Prabhu. We're going to hear from now Rasarani Devi Dasi, also from New Govardhan Farm in Australia. Hare Krishna.
Plucked from obscurity in a boring suburb in a mundane city, one small soul among millions of minions simply struggling. Mercifully, you, Srila Prabhupada, gave me a part, albeit a small one, but a glorious part nevertheless, in Gauranga's earthly preaching leela of a divine nature, of a crying, desperate nature. Chanting the holy name of Krishna has been absorbed into the lives of the open-hearted. Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that surprisingly we live on a giant flat earth called Bhumandala, a disc-shaped world extending 4 billion or so miles, with amazing oceans of ghee, yogurt and sugarcane juice, surrounded by toroidal islands where demigods happily live. You taught us that evolution is a crazy, senseless myth propagated by demons to hide God, when in fact there is beauty and balance in nature, so overwhelmingly ordered that hairs stand on end at the thought of Krishna's intelligence. You taught us how to eat, sleep, dress, bathe, cook incomparably delicious foods. You taught us Vedic etiquette and how to please the divine autocrat. My dear Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that the God who created everything is a bluish, sweet-natured country cowherd boy. You taught us about Bhagavan, the primeval Lord, who has overwhelming beauty, causing glamorous demigods to faint, who has wealth greater than Kuvera, the Queen of England, and even the Birlas, who has fame that is sung since eternity by sages all over the 3 worlds of not only this universe, but all over creation. Srila Prabhupada, you destroyed my Star Trek universe with the bogus solar system and random Big Bang theory and primordial ooze. Thank you for opening the doors to the spiritual world for a bunch of us underprivileged Malechas. Srila Prabhupada, where would we be without you? Oh, Srila Gurudev, where would we be without you? Where would we be without you? Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. From your grateful servant, Rasarani.
Hare Krishna. I have a request from my godbrother Yadabara Prabhu. He forgot his punchline as well.
Hare Krishna. I keep hearing about doing something practical. So this is something we can practically do right now, all of you, by voting on imdb.com. Who has a smartphone? Take them out and write this address down, please. It's I as in India, M is in Mathura, D is in Dwarka, and B is in Bangalore.com. So you click on the rate this star, and it'll take you to the registration, and then you can vote. It's a vote from 1 to 10. We have 9 million congregational members. We might be able to beat the rating for Sound of Music, which is one of the most watched films of all time. They have 300,000 votes. Can we do that? Hare Krishna, imdb.com, Haribol.
imdb.com. Yes. Hare Krishna. Keshidamana Prabhu, please come. Resident here of Krishna Balaram Mandir.
So, Srila Prabhupada, Shruti just told me I was to speak. I asked him what I should say. He said, help. This is the best help. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So Prabhupada, the Maha Mantra, your books, they are the greatest help for everyone. So let your words reveal the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Sri Radha Krishna. May your words make us dance in the kirtan of Gaur-Nitai. May your words reveal our real nature, our swarup, Gopibhata Kamalayo Dasa Dasanadas. May your words purify and pervade our intelligence. May your words fill our minds with thoughts of Vaishnavas and kindness and mercy. Srila Prabhupada, may your words be our song and dance. Maybe they resonate within our heart. Srila Prabhupada, may your words give us the soft caress and firm caress of the truth. Srila Prabhupada, may your words give us sight in darkness. Srila Prabhupada, may your words give us the taste of eternal nectar. Srila Prabhupada, may your words bestow the scent of transcendence. Srila Prabhupada, may your words protect us. May your words guide us. May your words be our song and dance. Srila Prabhupada, may your words be digested eternally and reveal the truth within our heart. Srila Prabhupada, may your words be propagated throughout the worlds, the three worlds. Srila Prabhupada, may your words always be rooted in our soul. Srila Prabhupada, may your words be our journey. May your words be our destination. Srila Prabhupada, may your words always be within our heart. from where they will never depart. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from a resident of Govardhan, Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. I never personally had a fortune to meet with Srila Prabhupada. I'm a fruit of his endeavors and the endeavors of his disciples. In 1977, Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj, who is present here, on the order of Srila Prabhupada, came to Russia. That was one of the first visits of disciples of Srila Prabhupada after his visit in 1971. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj came not alone. He came as a representative of the BBT, and the BBT was a part of Moscow Book Fair, International Book Fair. And my friend and roommate met Gopal Krishna Maharaj and first Russian disciples of Srila Prabhupada. As you all know, Srila Prabhupada personally met with one person, and he gave initiations to 2 devotees. So the friend of mine who was my roommate, he met with these 2 devotees during the book fair and with Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And I asked him recently, how did you become attracted to the devotional service, to the devotees? He said, when I came to this book fair, I was going from stall to stall, looking through different books, and then ultimately I came to this Bhaktivedanta Book Trust stall, and I couldn't leave. I said, why? He said, because there was 2 devotees, he meant first Prabhupada's disciples in Russia, and they looked totally like aliens. He said there was something really special about them. They were effulgent, and they were, I was 100% sure that they are not from this planet, that from some other planet. So that was the influence of Srila Prabhupada. He turned people, including Russians, into aliens. He turned all of us into aliens by explaining that we're not from this planet, we're from Vaikuntha, and that's his glory. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Bhakti Sundar Maharaj. He was born in Syria, raised in Venezuela, and now he has his base in Mexico, and he travels all around preaching about Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Agyanti Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurumlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Do you know that Srila Prabhupada visited Venezuela, South America, and also Mexico? In Venezuela, he said one thing very, very impressive. He said,
if you chant 16 rounds and follow the four regulative principles and do Sankirtan, I promise you, in this very life, you will see Krishna face to face. Srila Prabhupada ki. So somebody may say, okay, it may take a little more than that to see Krishna. And they may be right. But since a pure devotee of Krishna, of Lord Chaitanya, made such a promise, then Krishna is obliged to make the word of his devotee to be true. That's why Krishna said in the Bhagavad-Gita, Kaunteya pratijanihi me bhakta pranashyati. Arjun declared to the world that my devotee will never perish. Why Krishna didn't say it himself? Because if it's the pure devotee promise, then he's more obliged. Isn't? So Prabhupada made so many people, so many into devotees. Like Bhakti-yoga Maharaj was saying, they were not from this planet, from Vaikuntha, isn't? So this reminds me story that show us our relationship with Srila Prabhupada, all of us. The story goes that one stormy night, an eagle's egg slided down the hill, and next day morning, a hen found it, and with her wing, she put it in her nest, along with the other eggs. And when the eggs hatched, many, chicken were born, and one small eagle was there. So the small eagle thought himself to be a chicken. He was surrounded by chicken, and he was being fed by the hen, and he was following them behind. So he became part of the chicken community. But one day, the small eagle, he looked at the sky, and he saw a big eagle flying majestically in the sky. So he asked his mother, the hen, what kind of bird is this? And then said, oh, that's an eagle. But you are a chicken. Never forget that. You are my son and you are a chicken. Really, really, yes, you are. So what is this, the meaning of the story? If you want to fly like an eagle, don't listen to the chicken. If you want to go high spiritually, don't listen to the materialistic people. But the story doesn't end there. I added more to it. That the big eagle, he saw the small eagle down there, and he came down. Seeing the chicken distracted, he called him separately and asked him, what are you doing with these chickens? Well, I am a chicken too. I live here. This is my brothers and my mother. No. They're lying to you. You are not a chicken. You are an eagle like me. Are you sure? Because everybody told me I'm a chicken. Don't listen to them. An eagle can recognize another eagle. Would you like me to teach you how to fly? Oh, please, yes, I saw you flying up there. Wonderful, beautiful. Please teach me. Okay, then climb on my back. I will go and teach you. Do you know how the eagle teach their offspring to fly? They push them out of the nest. Fly or die. But they wait until their wings grow enough to push them, not before. See? So everyone needs this push. So Prabhupada is like the big eagle rescuing all of us who are also, eagle means spirit soul, and chicken means you only believe you're the body. Isn't? That's the meaning of the story. So Prabhupada rescued all those confused eagle to be chicken and teaching them to fly back home, back to Godhead, back to Vaikuntha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanandi.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Next, we're going to hear from one of our local devotees here, Krishna Balaram Mandir, and traveling preacher, helped opened up Africa many years ago, Srila Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I'll try to keep this short. Srila Prabhupada, in 1971, I was so afraid that when you were gone, that we would not be able to hold this movement together. And I was such a spiritual child and a material child at the time that you looked out for me on so many occasions when you set up so many of my godbrothers to be there to help me out. You told Brahmananda and Shaimashundar that take care of him because he is a young boy. And he told Radhanath Swami in March of 71, here, you sit next to him. So he was always looking out for me in so many ways. And when I went to South Africa and Rishi Kumar left me alone, Prabhupada wrote me a letter. I opened the top and it said, I'm very much pleased at the responsibility you've taken at such a young age to spread Krishna consciousness. And he told me that somehow or other I had been left alone like Narada Muni. And now when I'm left alone, I remember this statement by Prabhupada. And Prabhupada also said that I'm praying to Krishna that you will have the strength and enthusiasm to carry out this mission. And today I'm so thankful because I'm still a spiritual child, how my godbrothers look out for me. And Prabhupada said that we would show our love by how willing we are to cooperate with each other. That's why it gives me such great joy to see Panchagoda when he has such a big project here. But yet he's going out to pitch for the TOVP that it must be finished by 2022. And Radhanath Swami and Gopal Krishna Swami have their own projects, and yet they're talking together about how to spread Krishna consciousness conjointly. So I figure I'm just like the squirrel who's kicking dust. So if I can just kick my little dust in the right direction and maybe help fill up some of the holes that the great devotees have put boulders, and at least I won't kick the dirt all over myself and others. And then even though I'm a small part, I can still be a part of Prabhupada's movement with all of you. Thank you for keeping me with you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Srila Prabhu. And we're going to hear from our god sister who's sitting there, Rimati Devi Dasi. She's
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, resident of Mayapur, and of course taking care of the cows and also the elephants there in Mayapur for a very long time. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We heard some animal stories. So we've heard about the chicken, the eagle, and some squirrels. So, and Pankajangi was saying that the first structure that was here in this land was a trough to feed water to the cows. So I've never heard this before, and it's just stuck in my head now, that the success of Krishna Balaram Mandir is because the service to the cows were first. And because this is Krishna Balaram Mandir and Raman Reti, so Krishna and his brother Balaram, they used to run around here with their calves and took care of them. So this was very beautiful memory that Pankajangi related. So of course as a child, I'm an animal lover. So as a child, I grew up in a household of, my father was a medical doctor in Germany. And actually Srila Prabhupada came to our city in Hamburg, Germany. And they pitched up camp for him right across the street from my father's clinic. So I got to meet Prabhupada very, very early, so I was very, very young that time. But I always wanted to be a veterinary doctor. I wanted to take care of animals. So Srila Prabhupada came to Hamburg and he picked me up, and I'm very thankful to him. And so I was never a good Sankirtan devotee. I was always standing in the corner of the street with the BTGs and crying because nobody would take the so I was totally useless for that service, and Srila Prabhupada gave me specific instructions how to raise my children. And in Hyderabad, we were here in Hyderabad when Srila Prabhupada came there, and there was an incident again about cows. They had about 108 cows at that time. And Srila Prabhupada, the only water source was a well, and you had to pull up the water from the well. And Srila Prabhupada was discussing with the devotees how to pump up this water. And so the cows came home in the evening, and Srila Prabhupada was standing there talking about how to get the water up. And I had just pulled up my water to wash my clothes. And Prabhupada was standing beside me, and the cow came, so Prabhupada and I, we kind of moved aside, so the cow came very thirsty, and she drank the whole bucket of water that I had just pulled up. And and then she left. And Srila Prabhupada was laughing, and he said to me, he said, now you have to clean the bucket with her stool. So that was a pretty intense instruction. The stool is more pure than the mouth of the cow. So, but becoming a veterinary doctor wasn't a very easy thing. So Srila Prabhupada has taught me that first you become a devotee, and then everything else. So after 40 years, I take care of 13 cows and 2 elephants. And why we have elephants in Mayapur is a very interesting story. I don't know if Babananda is still here and if I'm telling the story correctly, but when the devotees went to Allahabad and to the Kumbh Mela, and they saw all these gurus riding on elephants. Yeah, I'm almost done. So then they told Srila Prabhupada, we want you to sit on the elephant. And Prabhupada said, what for? If anybody will sit on the elephant, I will put Radha Krishna on the elephant. Hare Krishna. And this is the uniqueness about Srila Prabhupada. He put always Krishna into the center. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Srimati. Now we're going to hear from Gopal Prabhu, the great devotee of Giriraj. He was in the very beginning in Mayapur Dham with Jayapataka Maharaj.
Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti-yoga Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvise Sundivari Skachidisatane. Today, all of us here are coming for one sole purpose, and that's to give homage to our beloved Srila Prabhupada, who came and he swept us up and delivered to us precise information on how we can finish this vicious cycle of samsara. So many instructions, so many degrees of devotion that we go through on our path back to Godhead. And many of you are neophyte devotees. Many of us here are older and have been here for many years. But if you want to have an enduring relationship and stay here in the shelter of Srila Prabhupada, there is one word that I can give to all of you, and that word is gratitude. So if we become so grateful to the information that Srila Prabhupada had so freely given us, and the conclusion of that information is that we will go back to Godhead in this very lifetime. So this is incomprehensible to most of us, but for many of us here, this gratitude and knowing that Srila Prabhupada has guaranteed that we will go back to Godhead. So my humble wish to all of you is that you remain determined, and you follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions implicitly, without any deviation, and always be aware how the modes of nature will try to divert you from your goal. And that goal is to finish this life and go back to Godhead. So again, I will say that I am truly grateful and feel so much gratitude to Srila Prabhupada that he allowed me to assist him in his infancy and help him when he had no one else to help. And now, after more than 54, 55 years have passed, I can still feel the mercy that Srila Prabhupada bestowed upon me. So we want to give that mercy to you, all of you here, and just hope that at one point your determination becomes steadfast and you make this mission your ultimate objective. So in this very lifetime, which is inconceivable, knowing that we have been here for eons and millions of lives, birth after birth, in this very lifetime, now maybe 1 or 2 more years for me, and for you, who knows, today or tomorrow, but when that moment comes, if you have served Prabhupada diligently and made his objective the sole focus of your life, there's no reason that all of us cannot go back to Godhead in this very life. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Gopal Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from another resident here, Krishna Balaram Mandir, Prasanatma Prabhu. We're all fortunate if we're here in Vrindavan at Srila Prabhupada's temple, Krishna Balaram Mandir. He's giving us all so much mercy. The fact that I'm here, I know his mercy is available to anyone.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devim Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Pastadehi Tadarani Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare. All goes to Srila Prabhupada. I'll just grateful and thankful to allow me to say a few words. It's been a privilege the last few years living in Vrindavan, thanks to Srila Prabhupada. I still remember the day I came. It was many, many moons ago. I was dropped up outside the gate before the temple was open, and it was winter, dark, and I have no idea what I was doing. I was simply dropped off and say Haribol. And that night I stayed in construction area with a bunch of cement bag and slept overnight. And the next day met the devotees, went to Jamuna, shaved my head, and the life has changed. So the death of Srila Prabhupada is just like his life. His life, he set a good example for us how to live, and also at the death, he gave us example how to die. The essence, the whole teachings of Srila Prabhupada, he lived and struggled for many, many years just to follow his spiritual master's instruction. Srila Prabhupada was very happy in Vrindavan, but ever since he met Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada, his spiritual master told him, please spread the name of the Lord to the English-speaking world. So Prabhupada always remembered that one instruction that he must follow and fulfill his spiritual master's desire. There is so many things happen in his life, printed hundreds of books, many, many temples, and he always choked up and cried and said, that is because of his spiritual master's mercy. So we can all learn so many things from Srila Prabhupada, but one thing, the most important thing, is to follow Srila Prabhupada's instruction. Prabhupada told us very easy, just chant Hare Krishna, take prasadam, and I'll take care of the rest. Recently, one of our residents and my good wife, Parvati Mataji, left the planet. She also was a good example for our family and followed Srila Prabhupada's instruction very sincerely. Until she died, she wanted to do something for Srila Prabhupada Museum. So by the grace and mercy of Gopal Krishna Maharaj and Panchagora Prabhu, we able to continue her effort and do the museum. So devotees want to contribute anything, please contact the temple authorities, and so we can make something beautiful when you visit next time to glorify Srila Prabhupada. So it is very important, just like Srila Prabhupada spread the holy name and every town and village, it is also our duty and responsibility as a Prabhupada's disciple to spread Srila Prabhupada's teaching, his mercy, how he lived, how compassionate he was. Vaishnavas referred as a paradukka dukki. So he is very compassionate and engaged all the devotees and push towards to Krishna. So today is the day I pray, Chakudana tilaje jhaname jhaname prabhushe, to be remind Prabhupada's servant birth after birth and serve Krishna and my spiritual master. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prasanatma Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Palini Mataji, wife of Haripad Prabhu. They reside currently in Udupi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Every year when this festival comes around, I always think, what can I say? I'm so, like somebody said just a while ago, I'm just like the chipmunk among all the big Hanuman monkeys. But my husband and I, just a few years ago, we sold our house, we gave up our business, and we shifted to India because we feel so grateful to Srila Prabhupada for bringing Krishna to us, that we feel like in these last years of our life, we should give something back to India. So we have a base in Udupi in Karnataka. And from Udupi we travel around India chanting Hare Krishna and preaching simple philosophy. So in this way, we stay connected with Srila Prabhupada and his devotees. And that brings to mind the day, staying connected to Srila Prabhupada. That phrase brings to mind the day that it was announced that Srila Prabhupada had left. We were in the temple room in Los Angeles, and this announcement was made that Srila Prabhupada had passed. And I didn't want to hear anything more. I just left the temple room, and I thought, I want to be with Srila Prabhupada. I want to stay with Srila Prabhupada. And I had been told by senior God brothers and God sisters that the way to stay in Srila Prabhupada's association is by continuing to serve him. And it was highly emphasized that if one distributes Srila Prabhupada's books, then that is very, very pleasing to Srila Prabhupada. So I went back to my ashram, got my book distribution clothes on, filled up my book bag, flagged down the shuttle, and it went over to PSA. That's one of the terminals at Los Angeles International Airport. And I just distributed Prabhupada's books. And of course I felt connected with him. And I didn't even cry when Prabhupada left. I felt so much that he was right there, and I was continuously in his service, or trying to be. But then one time, when I was with a traveling party in Fresno, California, we were distributing Srila Prabhupada's books at the Fresno County Fair. And our Sankirtan leader had to leave temporarily, so she told me, you be in charge of the girls until I get back. So I made up my mind that I was going to put my heart into this duty fully. So we had a jock talk, and I said, okay, girls, we're going to distribute more books today than we've ever distributed before. And we did. We worked all day from sunrise to sunset and later. And it was so hot in Fresno that I got heat stroke. So the girls helped me get back to the motel. And I just fell on the bed. But that night, Srila Prabhupada appeared to me in a dream. He was in his Murti form, and he was seated at the top of a stairway, a wooden stairway. So I saw him, and I climbed up and offered my obeisances. And I started I guess when I was offering my obeisances in the dream, I heard a sound like a hard knock on wood. And I looked up, and Prabhupada had fallen over. And I thought, oh no, Srila Prabhupada left his body. So then I started crying, and I put my head on my face on Srila Prabhupada's lungi on his lap. And I was crying and crying. And then suddenly I felt a hand on my head and going down my back over and over again. And I looked up, and Srila Prabhupada was sitting up. And I said, Srila Prabhupada, are you all right? And he said, with his eyes really big and his eyebrows up, he said, are you all right? So then I said, Prabhupada, without you, I'm nothing. And he smiled and he said, I always knew you would turn out to be a good devotee. So when Srila Prabhupada said that to me, it made all that hard work worth it. Whatever it took to distribute books for Srila Prabhupada, it was all worth it because Prabhupada was pleased. So I don't know how much time we're supposed to take, but I have one more little story. Is it okay? Is it okay? Just a little one to demonstrate.
We have many more devotees to
Oh,
speak.
okay. Shall I just make it super quick? Okay. When I first joined the movement, I was very fortunate to be allowed to help with cleaning Srila Prabhupada's quarters in the second floor of Los Angeles Temple. So I was very happy to do this service. I got to change his flower vases, clean his spittoon, and a couple different things. So one day, Srila Prabhupada was late coming down for his morning walk. He used to come down at just about the same time every day. And while he was gone on his morning walk, we would go upstairs and clean. But one morning he was late coming down. So we were all gathered at the bottom of the stairs, all those of us who got to help clean. So Prabhupada came down the stairs, and he stood on the landing, and he looked at each and every one of us in our eyes, and then he said, Jai. So that was the only time Prabhupada ever spoke to me personally without being asleep. Always the other times were when I was sleeping. I was dreaming about Srila Prabhupada.
Hare
but
Krishna.
That time, he said, Jai.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Krishna.
Hare
Thank you. Sorry
Krishna.
to take so long.
Haribo.
Now we're going to hear from our godbrother Siddhanta Prabhu, who has probably done more to help us see the personal side of Srila Prabhupada through his disciples than anyone I know. So please listen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Kirti. Om Jnanatimarandasya Kinanjanan Shalakaya Chakshulmitam Jana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. This is actually a rather uncomfortable position for me because I'm usually behind the camera. So I have to be honest, I'm a little nervous in front of you, all your Vaishnavas. So I'll make it quick. I'll tell two stories, one of my own and one of an interview that I just conducted in New York. As most devotees that I interview over the last 30 years, the primary reason that they have come to Krishna consciousness is through Prabhupada's books. And so that is the same for myself. In Dallas, 1971, I received a BTG from a devotee on a Sunday in a park. And I read the BTG, and it answered every question I had and more. So I was convinced that this is the philosophy that I was looking for. And I had studied other religions and philosophies. Actually, a note prior to that is that the year before, I was downtown Los Angeles, and I saw a Hari Nam party headed by Mohanananda and the other LA devotees. And I actually asked a policeman who was standing next to me, I said, "What's that? Who are they? What's going on?" I was actually finding fault and laughing at the devotees. And then when I got the BTG, I found out, oh, maybe there's something to these strange, like someone said, aliens, I think. So I became convinced that Prabhupada had all the knowledge, and at the same time that he was not here to exploit us. That was a strong message that I got internally from reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad-Gita. So I went to the temple. I met Prabhupada in the Dallas airport, and we drove him to the temple. And at that time, it had become Gurley Avenue Temple. And Prabhupada gave a Sunday feast lecture speaking about the glories of chanting Hare Krishna. The whole talk was about chanting Hare Krishna. And they opened it up for questions afterwards. And the first fellow, he raised his hand, he was about 10 feet from Prabhupada, and somewhat chastising, not criticizing, but challenging way, he said to Prabhupada, "What do you feel? What do you feel when you chant Hare Krishna?" And in a heartbeat, Prabhupada said, "I feel no fear." So that stuck with me for 4 or 5 decades. So it was very potent because it actually pierced my heart. Because at that time, it was the Vietnam War. I was about to get drafted. There's always anxiety in the material world. So I was full of fear. Am I going to have enough money to pay the rent? Am I going to find someone that will love me, to get married? Whatever the situation, I was full of fear. And I found out through my heart, because Prabhupada's response was so instantaneous, that I knew that Prabhupada was like this with Krishna, with the Paramatma. It went beyond the mental platform. So that's my one story. And the second story that I'd like to share with you is from our god sister Chinmayi Devi Dasi, who I recently saw and interviewed in New York at the Brooklyn Temple. And she described to me her first moment, the moment when she got initiated by Prabhupada. And she went before Prabhupada, and it's a custom. He says, "What are the 4 rules and regulations?" And she said them, and she said, "And I will always chant 16 rounds." And then she heard Prabhupada say, "Are you sure?" And she was a little bewildered, like, "I'm here, I'm surrendering to you." This was what she thought internally. And then she realized that Prabhupada said, "Are you insured?" Insurance, are you insured? And Chinmayi, I don't know if probably not many people know Chinmayi, but she has a very distinct mole or beauty mark on her face, very large around her lip. And Prabhupada said, yes, there is a famous movie star, a female movie star who has a beauty mark just like you, and she has insured this beauty mark or mole. And Chinmay was a little flustered and taken aback by Prabhupada's essentially humor and personal nature with her. And then Prabhupada said, but Krishna consciousness is your only insurance. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Now we're going to hear from our godbrother Niranjan Prabhu. I very often read Srila Prabhupada letters, and early on you'll see Niranjan Brahmachari, is that right? Niranjan Brahmachari. And you may think it's Niranjan Swami, but it's Niranjan Prabhu, one of the very first translators of Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. So Prabhupada was giving him lots of personal instruction from the very early days. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshe Tarane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. I am very grateful to the Vaishnava community for allowing me to speak to glorify Srila Prabhupada. There are so many memories, but I would just limit depending on the time. Being an Acharya, I found that how he reversed his order. In 1974, in morning walk, I was in London, and he said, try to get some job here, you get a very good salary. So I said, Srila Prabhupada, I'm not interested in getting good salary. I said, what? You're not interested? I am interested. Give your money to me. Then he gave the example of Gopal Krishna Maharaj. That boy Gopal, he was also saying that he is not interested. He was a marketing manager. So he's getting $15,000 per annum. How much is that in Indian rupees? So Prabhupada was so accurate. I said about 1 lakh. He said, no. At that time it was 8 rupees. So 15 multiplied by 8. So it's 1,20,000. Who will give this amount in India? Then 77, he said, first he said to me job, then he said, being Acharya, he said, now return to India. Western countries are not meant for you. Gopal Krishna Maharaj was writing me letter after letter that please come back. There is no one to take New Bhakta program in Bombay. So Srila Prabhupada said, India is your country and you don't find Hindi-speaking devotees. And he's asking you to come from London. How in these circumstances, how can you preach? Again about the technical education, because I was in Scotland, Srila Prabhupada sent me. He said, modern education is like the how to become first class Shudra. No matter how you expert, just like cobbler, he mends the shoes very nicely, but Vedic culture says he's a Shudra. One more story about this, he said, Rupa Goswami says that Uttama Bhakti is Anna Bilashta Shunyam. And he said, some of my disciples, they are Anna Bilashta Purnam. So how can they make advancement? Srila Prabhupada, he spoke me about 90% conversation was in Hindi. I'll just give you one short story that allow me to speak in Hindi. Srila Prabhupada ने कृष्ण नाम की महिमा के विषय में कहा कि प्रत्यक्ष देखो शास्त्रों में तुमने सुना था कि हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र जो है वो अनादि काल से लोग उसका कीर्तन कर रहे हैं, मगर इन भक्तों को देखो, इनके बाप दादा, ऐसा उन्होंने कहा, इनके बाप दादा तक भी कृष्ण का नाम नहीं सुने थे, परंतु चूंकि निरपराधी हैं इसलिए वो कृष्ण नाम का
फल प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। दूसरी बात श्री प्रभुपाद ने कहा, इमीडिएटली जरा भी आपको गर्व होता है तो कृष्ण के समान गर्व खंडन करते थे। कुछ हिंदी अनुवाद की बात चल रही थी भक्ति साम्र सिंधु के विषय में, तो मैंने बताया, बोले क्यों ऐसे बोलते हो, तुम क्या बहुत बड़े हिंदी के पंडित हो, तुम कुछ दिन हमारे साथ रहो, हम तुमको प्रशिक्षण देंगे। अंत में लंदन में ही बहुत सारे प्रश्न मेरे मन में आ रहे थे। श्री प्रभुपाद 10 बजे का समय था, मेरी सेवा थी कि उनके रूम को गार्ड करना। तो प्रभुपाद से मैंने प्रश्न किया, क्या गुरु महाराज जो हैं वो अंतर्यामी होते हैं? उनका व्हाट? मुझे इतना भय लगा, फिर मैंने फिर अपना प्रश्न दोहराया, बोले क्यों नहीं, जरूर होते हैं। इसके बाद मैंने दंडवत किया और कोई भी प्रश्न मुझसे नहीं पूछा। जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय।
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Naranjan Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Prashanta Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Sapadantikam. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So today I was surprised, I was asked to speak, and I must say that this came both as a great joy and a great pain. It came as a great joy because it makes me feel close to Srila Prabhupada, and it makes me feel part of his family. It makes me feel loved by his disciples. So I feel great joy. At the same time, I feel great pain because the reason why I was asked to speak is that there are not enough anymore Srila Prabhupada disciples to speak because time is passing. I've been living my life as a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada. I got to know him through his books in 1979 in Paris. Couldn't understand a word, a line of what he was saying. The only thing I was curious to know is who could write such a book which I just can't understand. And the answer was on the cover as well as in the biography at the back. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I could hardly read his name, but it became imprinted in my mind for the rest of my life. And I've been living my life just trying to understand what it means to be a disciple, a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada. At the time when I joined, 1984, Srila Prabhupada's presence permeated all ISKCON activities and temples because his disciples were still very active, they were still young, and they were very active all over the movement. They were temple presidents, they were department heads, and I was raised in Krishna consciousness with Srila Prabhupada in mind. I was raised to always think that Srila Prabhupada would like this and he would not like this. He would want this and he would not want that. This remembrance of Srila Prabhupada and this meditation on Srila Prabhupada's instruction that was carried by Srila Prabhupada's disciples was given to me, as it was given to those who joined in those days. Prabhupada was everywhere, in sound. He was in the heart of his disciples as he is still. In 1987, I came to India, and I've been attending this function since 1987, every year. For me, this is the day of the year. I've learned by hearing from Srila Prabhupada's disciples year after year, and by observing them, that faithfulness and service to the spiritual master is everything in life. One should give one life to Krishna. I was very fortunate to be at the hub of the celebration of Srila Prabhupada's centennial in 1996, which for me felt like personal service to Srila Prabhupada, establishing his prominence in ISKCON, calling back his disciples. It was a wonderful experience. And by the end of that experience, I understood that the essence of Srila Prabhupada is found within his books. And as he said, they are not just meant to be distributed, but they are meant to be studied. And since that time, I've had the great, great fortune of organizing the study of Srila Prabhupada's books. Srila Prabhupada, I can say, I have never met you, but that would be a lie. I met you in your books. I met you in your name. I met you in your disciples, and I've met you whenever I pray to you and I live with you.
Hey Krishna, thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Andaputra Prabhu. He's from Italy. When I was with Srila Prabhupada for a year as his servant, I was at Bhaktivedanta Manor massaging him just before lunch, and Dhananjaya Prabhu came in, who was about to go to Rome, to open up a temple in Rome. This was in 1973. I'm massaging Prabhupada. He looked at me. He said, "So, you're Italian?" He said, "You want to go to Rome, help open up a temple?" I said, "No, Srila Prabhupada, I'll stay with you." So here is one devotee from Italy by Srila Prabhupada's mercy, Pandaputra Prabhu.
First of all, I want to say really, really big thank you for Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Panchagoda, Janardana Swami, Mukunda Datta, all staff here in Vrindavan Dham for this wonderful service, a wonderful organization he prepared for Kartika Festival 2019. Bhakta Seva Vrindavan Dham Ke! Bhakta Seva Vrindavan Dham Ke! Bhakta Seva Vrindavan Dham Ke! Gaur Premanande! This is a bhajan. I prefer kirtan. Bhakta Seva Vrindavan Dham Ke! Better. So, actually it's not easy thing to speak for a candle in relation to the sun. The glory of the sun, everybody know, sun is very, very important for the entire universe. The same way Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our beloved spiritual master, is the sun for this planet. Without Prabhupada, the Western, no light. So, sorry for my English. What moves Srila Prabhupada in this mission? Actually, Prabhupada, 17 years old, lived from Vrindavan for going another country completely different, without nothing, no money, nothing, no place where you stay, just stay guest in a very kind family. Only one thing he have, two things. One is Srimad Bhagavatam, another thing is big heart. Srila Prabhupada have a big heart, and the heart of pure devotee is full of love. Full of love for Krishna. And when pure devotee have a heart big, full love of Krishna, he's become also full of compassion. Because every living being in this material world is son of Krishna, And the pure devotees don't tolerate the people suffer in this material world. And Prabhupada so kindly, very, very kind with this big heart, come in this Western world and start to preach. And the result of this preach of Srila Prabhupada is here. It's in Vrindavan, all over the world. Krishna consciousness going to spread to the wonderful disciples and guru and sannyasi to follow the instruction of Srila Prabhupada. So, Prabhupada, this heart, we never have to forget. Prabhupada, what do Prabhupada in 10 years is unbelievable for every living being. Only divine person in 10 years can translate books, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Chaitamrita, Bhagavad-Gita, give you commentary, traveling all over the world, make disciple, make temple. In 10 years, Prabhupada conquered all over the world. We are here for so many years. Me, 40 years. What I do in 40 years? Nothing. Prabhupada in 10 years change the world. So we never have to forget this. Anytime, any day, Srila Prabhupada asking the disciples, asking everybody, please help me to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. They sing send, I have to finish, but this is the point. The best honor we can have through Srila Prabhupada, we have liberation, now we have to give this liberation to other people. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ke.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Somika Rishi, not Sonaka Rishi, it's Somika Rishi, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. And for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to speak here this morning, I know we have sannyasis, second generation sannyasis, we have some God brothers. Please forgive us. Here we're running out of time and we're trying to get everyone in as much as possible.
Hare Krishna. Om Agyanti Mirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. So, dear Srila Prabhupada, I went to US in 1971, never heard about ISKCON or your name or although born in a Vaishnava family, but I was degrading very, very fast, going into Western way of life just because of the bad association. I gave up association of devotees here in India and went there, and I was surprised to see this kind of changes. But one day I went in just the next year's 1972 to Srila Prabhupada's temple in Philadelphia, and by association with devotees reading Back to Godhead magazine, reading Bhagavad-Gita, it saved me from that kind of ideas to enjoy bodily sense enjoyment. So that was, I was protected by Srila Prabhupada and his movement and his ISKCON temple. And like that, like me, millions and millions of people have been protected. At that time when I went, there was very few Indians who were there. But I went to Henry Street Temple in New York City in 1972, and we saw Srila Prabhupada. He kindly asked us to see him in his room, and just by his mercy, my whole family is protected. Now there may be 50, 60 just from my own family, and they all became devotees because of Srila Prabhupada's mercy. So Prabhupada has given instruction, or it is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's desire, Prathvite ate ache nagradi gram, sarvatra prachar hobe mor naam. That my name would spread to every village and every town. Srila Prabhupada alone has done so much. He spread to Krishna consciousness in every nook and corner of the world. But still there are a lot of villages, and one should go. If I am from a village, I am trying to open a temple and preach in different villages, different towns nearby. And whomever you meet, it's not that you have to make a special endeavor. Yare dakhe tare kaho Krishna upadesh, amara agya hai guru tare desh. Whomever you meet, you give them the instruction. Instruction about Krishna, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and how you have to live simply. Simple living and high thinking. That's a very, very important part, that we waste our time in so many frivolous activities, watching TV, the Facebook, and so many news which has no significance for our soul. So if we could make our life simple, use these things, time for Srila Prabhupada and his preaching, that will save us and save the whole country. So Bharata Bhumite Haila, Manushya Janmayar, Janma Sarthak Kari, Kara Por Upakar. That Bharat Bhumi was very, very vast land, but whoever has taken birth in this holy land, then that is becomes their duty to spread Krishna consciousness. It means everybody, it is all Bharat Bhumi, and Prabhupada gave correction through him and through his devotees, which wonderful devotees, that one can give this Krishna consciousness and spread that to all over the world, and this whole world would be very peaceful. There is no another way other than taking to this Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada has given us importance of Tulsi, that how if we could have pray to Tulsi, this Vrindavan where we are, that is named by Tulsi. Means Tulsi is very, very significant. So if we worship Tulsi Devi, if we have chanting the holy name that Srila Prabhupada has given so much significance and importance, we knew, but we never knew that taking name of Krishna or just the chanting the holy name or Hare Krishna Maha Mantra would save you from all your material problems. So that also is very significant. So if we take, like I had this doubt that our mind goes to so many places, and when I met Srila Prabhupada, then he told that you chant the holy name, at least your prescribed rounds, and by the mercy of the holy name, by mercy of prasad, by mercy of your association, you will develop all the good qualities. Means one may not be able to give up all the sinful reactions or sinful activity, but by the potency of the holy name and prasad and association, you can give up that very easily. Yashasti bhakti bhagavad-akinchina sarvair gunair tatra samasvate sura. Harav abhaktasya kuto madguna manorathena dhavato sobahi. So, Yashasti, if we have a implicit faith in the holy name and devotional service, then all the good qualities of the devotees will come. But one who is not a devotee, but very, very opulent, living very lavishly, maybe giving some chandar, donation, but because he's running on the horse, sitting on his mind, he cannot really do anything significant. He cannot even liberate himself. What to say about liberating so many other people? So, Srila Prabhupada gave us very significant Tulsi worship, Maha Mantra, these books and his purpose, that everything is all there. Vast Vedic literature, we cannot understand them, but he made it so concise and so nice that anybody can participate and understand the basic principles of Krishna consciousness very easily. So each word that he has, there is no such translation, even that every word, even in Hindi, I used to read Ramayana, Bhagavad-Gita, even during my childhood, because my father was a Vaishnava, but I see that each word were never explained, and he explained every one and every word so concise, so nicely that we can understand, we can take or imbibe that. So that was another significant part. And he brought the whole Vrindavan, like we may not be able to come to Vrindavan. My first duty as a medical officer was in Mathura, by Krishna's mercy. But somehow I went to the west, but Prabhupada brought the Vrindavan to the west or to anywhere where you go. Wherever there are devotees, there are temples, it is Vrindavan. You can participate. Means I'm not saying that, yes, you should come to Vrindavan and associate with devotees, but Prabhupada also gave. So those temples are like islands of Krishna consciousness. We are suffering and burning in the material world, but you could take that rest or shelter or quench your thirst by going to some Hare Krishna temples. So that is all Prabhupada's mercy, and we should take it as seriously as possible and make our life successful and others' life successful. Thank you much. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaurav Bhakta Vrinda ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. So we have a few more speakers, but we'll be setting up for the Abhishek. Prabhupada disciples will be coming here. After the Abhishek ceremony, we'll take Srila Prabhupada to Samadhi for the the Artik ceremony and the offerings. There's a nice arrangement for all the devotees at our Goshala for Prashadam after the function, and also for Prabhupada disciples. We have some arrangements here in the Balaram Hall. So, please, you're next. Hare Krishna.
Yes, we're hearing sitting there, that's Radha Devi, and of course everyone knows Gauramani. Radha Devi. She's one of our early second generation devotees. Her father is Akrura, her mother is Kandavasi from Germany, and she's been a wonderful devotee ever since then.
Dallas Gurukul.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. I thank you for crossing oceans to give the greatest gift ever, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and your love to us. I feel humbled and grateful to be here, attempting to say some words of gratitude to you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for allowing me to be here today in Vrindavan with you on this day. I remember this day 42 years ago. I was 10 years old. I witnessed and felt unbearable grief. It was a painful, emotional day for all. I cried. Yet somehow, deep down, I knew you were still here. With a child's conviction, I knew you would never leave us. Your guidance, your love and instruction would stay with us for eternity. Growing up in Gurukul had its challenges, but nothing compares to the mercy and blessings that your presence brought to my life and to all the children. I would not exchange a moment of my life for anything, because what you gave me is the greatest gift that could ever have been bestowed on me. From the moment we saw you, we all fell in love with you, our eyes wide with awe and wonderment as we gazed upon your effulgent personality. You became our true saving grace, and to me you have always remained the most important person in my life. You were the perfection of our lives. It took many years to understand the true magnitude of your mission, the greatest gift to this universe. As a child, I did not fully understand the importance of reading your books. Now I know your books are no different from you. I owe it to you to read your books. I did not grasp the significance of your instruction to chant 16 rounds. I tried, and I mostly failed. When you told me to chant as a child, I thought that it was an instruction that I was not very good at following. Many years later, I understood that it was a blessing, and only because of your blessing am I still here at your lotus feet, attempting to chant and serve you. You were so kind and loving to us children in Dallas. Whenever you visited, you gave us treats and taught us how to dance and chant, to read, write, and become devotees of Krishna. You had so much love for the children. You wanted us to be part of the future of ISKCON. It brings so much joy to see that my children and their children love you and are following your Krishna consciousness movement. I endeavored to serve you in some small way. I recently read the initiation letter you wrote to my parents. You said in the letter, "Dear son and daughter, I am happy to accept you as my disciples. You are eligible candidates for going back to Godhead. If you follow this simple process, follow the 4 regulative principles, chant at least 16 rounds, read your literatures, go for street sankirtan, keep engaged in Krishna service 24 hours, and you will be really happy in life, and in the end, you will go back to the supreme destination." You were kind to name me Susasita as a young child. This name means one who is chaste to the instruction of the spiritual master. I live every day attempting to follow your instruction. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for making the process so simple. All we have to do is make a commitment to you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for your love and kindness. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for being in my life. I pray to always remain in the shelter of your lotus feet. With all my heart, I love you. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, on behalf of the second generation children in America, I would like to thank you for coming to America and for opening Gurukulas all over the country, especially Detroit, Michigan, Los Angeles, and North Carolina, where I had the good fortune of studying, where I learned how to read, distribute, and preach your books. I remember being 2 years old and learning my nursery rhymes from your books. The first song that we ever learned was, I'm a little Vaishnav, come and play with me. When you come to my house, this is what you'll see. And then we learned our alphabet through that song, how to count, how to read through your books. And today I have an offering on behalf of my spiritual master, His Holiness Spirit Krishna Goswami, which was written on your disappearance day. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, you've gone and left me here alone. You are my shelter, I must see you. There's no reason to go on. You have saved me from this material world. I am your eternal servant, lost and found by your grace. Without you, I have no place at the Lord's lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, please let me cook for you. This is my hope, this is my dream, taking birth to assist you. Until then I know what you want from me, serve you in separation. If you give me the strength to live here without you, only then can I live. Lord Chaitanya Nityananda, Prabhupada is now with you. I must please him by your mercy. Preaching is what I must do. Compassionate, personified, he has made my good fortune. I can never pay him back. I will try eternally. Serving him is all I want. Everybody. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, you've gone and left me here alone. Sing. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, you've gone and left me here, I'm alone. You are my shelter, everybody. I must see you. There's no reason to go on. You have saved me from this material world. I am your eternal servant, lost and found by your grace. Without you, I have no place at the Lord's lotus feet. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. A little bit of irony. We're going to end here with Jivanath Prabhu, who does the morning announcements in Mayapur every morning. So he's going to make our final announcement here this afternoon in Vrindavan, not in Mayapur, which of course is no different.
So, Hare Krishna. Now, if you've ever heard me in Mayapur, you know that I like everybody to yell loud. So can we do it one time loud? Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! So I'm going to leave you with two instructions that I got from Srila Prabhupada. New York Rath Yatra, 1976. It was my first up-close and personal time with Srila Prabhupada. I was in Guru Puja. I'm a bhakta. I haven't been initiated yet. So I wanted to actually see Srila Prabhupada on his Vyasa-san in Guru Puja. Now, I was Bhakta Joe, way in the back, and I couldn't see anything. I could see devotees, I could see dandas, but I couldn't see Prabhupada. So I said to myself, I'm going to get up close and personal and watch Srila Prabhupada throughout Guru Puja. So I started pushing my way through the crowd. Now, I played sports, so I knew how to use an elbow. I'm working my way through the crowd. I'm getting elbows back. And now I make it to the sannyasis. I still can't see Prabhupada. So I think, I've got to get through the sannyasis. Now, as you know, we had a few here. They carry sticks. Seems like an unfair advantage. I could deal with elbows, but sticks, whole nother thing. But to see Srila Prabhupada, I'm going to do it. I'm going to push through sannyasis. Ooh, maybe not a good idea for my devotional creeper, but I wanted to see Srila Prabhupada. So I started pushing through sannyasis. And now they're starting to hit my feet with their danda. I'm getting elbowed. I'm getting dundas in the ribs now because I'm getting closer and closer. Finally, I can see Srila Prabhupada. Haribol! Now I'm standing there. It's packed. I mean packed. Solid, tight. Nobody's moving in Guru Puja. Then finally Srila Prabhupada, he looks out. Now here's the best part. Because I'm telling this story, I'm telling you. Srila Prabhupada, he looked right at me. And he made a motion. He went, like, don't stand there, dance. So here's instruction number one. Through Srila Prabhupada, to me, to you, dance in kirtan. Dance. Instruction number two. I'm getting initiated. Like I said, I used to play a lot of sports. And as a sports guy, well, my name was Joe. What a stupid name, Joe. I wanted some cool nickname. Because after all, I thought I was cool. I was so puffed up. I wanted some cool name. Well, initiation, you get a cool name. I'm going to get a cool name. I'm ready for this. Srila Prabhupada looks me right in the eye, hands me my beads, and says, your name is Jivanath. Now inside, I'm going, woo, yeah, got a cool name, whoa. Now this is inside. Remember, it's inside. I'm not doing this externally. This is inside. And then Prabhupada looks me right in the eye, and he says, Das. Das, right. So there's instruction number two. Das. Now, Das is not a bad thing. Being the servant of the cool guy, or Krishna, not so bad. It's actually a lot of fun. It's enjoyable. So, I'm telling everyone, thank you for staying awake. Thank you for staying to the end. Enjoy what Srila Prabhupada has given us. Enjoy this path back to Godhead. Enjoy your Krishna consciousness. And chant Hare Krishna! But Prabhupada would say, please, a little louder, with more enthusiasm from your heart. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama!
Prabhupada ki